Yeah, let's take a look at this today. I popped over to Aces, and this guy on the bottom here, Collision of Souls, he's running his mouth. I don't even know him, but he keeps mentioning my name previously, right? And I noticed that he says Christians have bad knowledge. He says this a few times, and I keep that in mind. He says Christians have bad knowledge. And then I was in the title, and then I guess he's talking about me again today. This guy, Collision of Souls. So let's watch how this plays out. It's real quick. I just pop in and ask what he's talking about. And again, he says Christians have bad knowledge, and keep that in mind, because that's what the irony is here in this whole situation that happens, that plays out maybe 90 seconds total, maybe a little longer.
Evil, and he'll throw it away. He'll discard it because it's been used. God used that for his benefit. And I like what Knox says. Knox says in the judgments, or the problem of evil and the judgments of God, he says this. He says, I can't remember what he said.
So I guess he's displaying that his concentration isn't there, and it certainly wasn't after I popped in as well. Check this out.
Can't remember what he said now. Oh, basically Knock points out that to know God, you got to have the proper knowledge of him, which Christianity does not have. And I don't want to bash.
There we go. Nice. I didn't realize he said it again, even when I'm there. That's even better. Christianity does not have knowledge of him, right? So he's going into a knowledge claim here. He's knocking down Christianity, saying we don't have knowledge. And I say we because he's mentioned my name. He's mentioned Christian, so that's perfect. I didn't even realize he said it right there.
To know God, you got to have the proper knowledge of him, which Christianity does not have. And I don't want to bash them because they're there because God placed them there.
Right. He doesn't want to bash them because they're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. So God made them not have knowledge of him, right? Because these guys are playing this irresponsible game. It's all just a play. It's just a movie, which they haven't yet figured out that nullifies any argumentation. If you don't have claim responsibility for your argument, what is it that you're doing? You're just making noise. They don't get this.
But when we get arguing with the Christians, we need to understand it's like arguing with a 2-year-old.
Yeah, right. He's trying to frame it as arguing with a 2-year-old, right? But he doesn't even realize what he just said. And this is great because he made the claim that Christians have bad knowledge, and I just popped in because I don't know this guy, but he keeps mentioning me.
They just don't.
I've heard you. It's JG. I've heard you mention my name a few times.
Yeah, because we're arguing all the time.
I don't think you understand the argument I'm bringing forward. It doesn't.
I fully understand.
What is it? He fully understands the argument I'm bringing forward. Is his claim, right? Check this out.
Well, I fully understand the argument.
What is it?
I really am not going to enter into.
He can't even explain. He says he fully understands it.
No, I just know your positions. Your position on the eons. I know your position on free will, and I know your position on the.
So he starts off. Christians have bad knowledge. I pop in and finally meet him and say, "What was it that I'm arguing?" He's like, "Oh, I know it fully." What is it? Then all of a sudden he doesn't know, right? And he's going into straw man. This is classic. This is what they like to do. They're going to straw man. I don't know it. Oh wait, here, let me pull out something out of my ass. This is what they do. Like, he's not sure if he's talking to me or just Christians in general. That's a good point to be made too, right? We want to talk worldview, person to person, because you get these different denominations or these sects, like the Universalist, the Christian, and then the different denominations within Christianity. So you want to know that, but this is just complete. It's funny.
Your positions, your position on the eons. I know your position on free will, and I know your position on the Trinity. I don't need to know anything.
He knows all that. He doesn't need to know anything further. So he's just assumed that He understands those arguments. My personal arguments. The Christians all have the same argument, right?
More.
So
Because I've already come through that. I've already come through that, JG. And you have.
That's classic universals. Have been there, done that. I was once where you were. You'll get there, kid. Right? You've heard this over the years. These guys don't understand basic philosophy, and that's where you want to go with them. Go into basic philosophy. They're already trying to say screw philosophy, right? Because that's where you get them. I don't think they get it. I imagine some of them do. They're not going to mention it. But if you remove responsibility, if you remove the fact that you have a will that you're responsible for, that you're making arguments and making claims and say God's doing everything, every move, everything you say is God, then you just got God on God and no responsibility. So the whole day where you stream and make arguments and argue is in vain. It's nothingness. And they can't get this. They can't catch this.
Haven't.
You know my argument, but you don't.
No, I don't need to know your argument. I need to know Christ.
So he doesn't know my argument, but he knows it well. He doesn't need to know my argument, but he knows it well. And then the classic, I need to know Christ. I'm going to move into the cross. I'm going to talk about the cross now because I'm trapped. I want to talk about the cross and say, that's more important, blah, blah, blah. I'm not arguing that the cross, I'm not saying the cross isn't more important, right? But how we get into these discussions, if you have a faulty philosophy up front, why am I going to follow you into these discussions? Why don't they get this? Like they're saying, I can't make sense. I don't have any true knowledge. There's no ethical responsibility here. It's just subjective, right? Everything we do is just subject to God's will. We're just playing it out in a movie. But let's just skip ahead and talk about the cross and argue. No. Don't do that. Don't enter the fool's arena. Stop him before he enters and say, wait a second, how are you making sense of this? How are you arguing without responsibility? What is the argument that you think I'm bringing forth? You ask him to steel man it, right? Steel man my argument. This guy doesn't know me. He doesn't know my argument. He's already said he knows it well. He knows them all. And now he's saying he doesn't know it and he doesn't need to know it. Completely contradicting himself in less than 60 seconds, this guy. So I'll just rewind it and let it play through to where we were.
To know God, you got to have the proper knowledge of him, which Christianity does not have. And I don't want to bash them because they're there because God placed them there. But when we get arguing with the Christians, we need to understand it's like arguing with a 2-year-old. They just don't.
I've heard you, it's JG. I've heard you mention my name a few times.
Yeah, because we're arguing all the time.
I don't think you understand the argument I'm bringing forward. It doesn't
I
sound
fully understand.
What is it?
Well, I fully understand the argument.
What is it?
I really am not going to enter into.
He can't even explain it. He says he fully understands it.
No, I just know your positions. Your position on the eons. I know your position on free will, and I know your position on the Trinity. I don't need to know anything more.
So
because I've already come through that. I've already come through that, JG, and you haven't.
You know my argument, but you don't.
No, I don't need to know your argument. I need to know Christ.
Now he doesn't.
So there you had that little segment played through without interruption, right? I know it fully. I don't know it. I don't need to know it. Now look at the comment Ace is here right now. The Bible has some 800,000 words and responsibility is not one of them. No kidding. No kidding. You know, there's a water bottle in front of me. I don't see that in the Bible, yet it's here. Sometimes I ride a bicycle and drive a car and don't see it in the Bible. It's just a poor argument, you know. You got to get over that one, dude. So, see what else he says here. He doesn't need to know the argument. He doesn't know the argument, but he fully knows the argument. Just a generalization, called out, moves into a straw man immediately.
I need to know Christ and what Christ says.
So he knows the argument. Then he does it.
What Paul says. See? There we go.
See how these people work?
See how these people work.
Their gums. What's the argument?
I don't need to know the argument. I need to know Christ
he doesn't need to
crucified
know
and
the
God
argument.
presenting
He
Christ to
knows.
the world and saying, Christ saying, Father, forgive them, for you do not know what you're doing.
This is all you need to do. And this is there's a reason I did this, right? I just popped in and pop out. They call it hit and run. So what? So what? If they let them call it whatever they want, because they want to get you just talking and grant them this. Point out the silliness of their philosophy, the incoherency of what they're doing, how they're straw manning, how they can't even explain simple claims. I walked in there saying, you know my argument? What is it? Steel man it. And now he's just saying, oh, I didn't know it. I don't know it. I don't need to know it. He's flustered, right? And when you do these things little by little, other people can see this, what these guys are doing. They're just playing games. Like I told Ace this morning, the games people play. He's basically rewriting that book in his stream. Ace could retitle his channel The Games People Play, because that's what he does. And that's what his lackeys are doing as well.
Doing locked and down in stubbornness. You're locked in stubbornness. You're locked in stubbornness, and everybody sees it except you.
I heard you.
Now come on here.
No, you don't have ears to hear, JG. You don't have ears to hear because God has not given you ears to hear.
He's not going
God has not given you ears to hear.
You're just going to overtalk.
No, I don't need to overtalk. I'm
No,
just
let me talk for a second.
stating.
Yeah, I don't need to overtalk. He says, as he just overtalk. Well, that's good though. He's right. He doesn't need to overtalk. I think sometimes people are just getting flustered because they know they're caught, so they're just saying stuff that's, I don't need to overtalk, right? But you just did. So, sometimes it's just a matter of kind of calming it down and bringing them back to where you were, whether it be a minute or 2 minutes or 5 minutes ago. These guys want to run past things that are fundamental and key, critical things that you can't let them get away with. And the great part about that is when you call them on it, and if they stop, which they usually don't, but again, if you just pop in and pop out and do a little review like this, you'll show the folly in their position altogether. They can't just run past this, right? They can't just say, oh, I know what you're talking about. I know your argument, and I don't know. Or, God makes us do all these things, but I'm not responsible for anything, but let me argue with you without any responsibility. So there's a few different ways to go in fundamentally with these guys, and the pillar of ethics is key, which has to do with the responsibility of human behavior. And then knowledge is obviously another one, epistemology. Because if these guys are completely controlled and directed, well, how do they come to knowledge? Because they try to take parts of the Bible and say that's true and other parts are not true, and split it up into absolute and relatives. And granted, there are certain things that happen in the Bible for certain people. I get that, but they're just making it what they want to. They're saying this is for the Jews, this is for the Gentiles, and again, just dismissing responsibility for anything.
The truth, according to Scripture.
Let me talk for a second. I came in here asking what the argument was. You said you knew it. When asked to represent or represent the argument, you don't know it. Now you don't need to know it. You're full of it. You don't even know what you're talking about.
That's basically it in a nutshell right there. If any of the universalists saw that or caught that, they don't care. That's exactly what he did in that little 90-second excerpt. As he said, I know it fully. And it's a big claim, first of all, to say he knows the argument fully. And he's just talking about a general argument, I guess. But he said he knew my argument. Then simply ask him, what is it? He doesn't know. He doesn't need to know. Completely on the defense, completely flustered, not making any sense. Well, what am I going to do? Sit in there and stay and just say, oh, okay, well, you're not making sense. Go ahead and tell me all about reality and how Christians are wrong. No. He opened up again saying Christians have bad knowledge and just displayed that he has no knowledge of the very claim that he made himself, right?
What the argument was, you said you knew it. When asked to represent or represent the argument, you don't know it. Now you don't need to know it. You're full of it. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Is this what you always do?
Is this what you always do? Yeah, I just got blasted. Right? Is this what you always do? Hey, if that's what I always do, so be it. The point is, what just happened to you is you are running your mouth on a stream saying Christians have bad knowledge. When questioned on the knowledge of your claim, you had no knowledge. Then you started saying you don't need it. So you, my friend, have bad knowledge, as displayed. The end. And it's little things like that you can do with these guys. It's not about hanging around there all day and going into their folly, because if you hang out with a fool for too long, you're going to get caught in their little games. Don't let them get you into their games. Pop in, pop out, make the point. Stay calm. And these guys are running on empty claims, as we just saw there. You know, and I'm saying that in a general sense because there's many tidbits or segments like that happen over there that you could piece out if you had the will. Oh, the will. Yeah, there it is. Or the time or patience to go through the material, which there's a plethora of this material available to do this. So, you know, that's just an example of what I was putting in the title, Open for Rants or Confrontations. Like, people need to be confronted on things, I think. They keep getting away with things daily, especially when it's a fundamental error or something to do with the coherency of the worldview itself. Like, if they can't make sense at the forefront, you know, why are you granting them a conversation to just go ahead and keep talking and telling you what's what and why you're wrong and what they think when they're saying, well, I don't really know anything and no one's really right or wrong. It's just God doing everything. Like, if you're going to let them get away with that and then go into a conversation anyway, you can expect to be made a fool of or say foolish things. That's my point overall, which goes into Proverbs 26:4-5, right? Do not answer the fool according to his folly, lest you become like him. And that's what I'm talking about. You don't just grant him things that are incoherent. When you talk to him, verse 5, answer the fool according to his folly, lest he think himself wise in his own vain conceit. There's a reason you go in and talk to him. You do an internal critique. You pull his worldview, his claim, and say, well, let's look at this. How can you make sense of this? And then you hash out his claim and his worldview. That's answering the fool according to his folly. Right? And you say, this doesn't make sense. We can't even get started. So that's why those two verses are key. In certain scenarios, you do answer to him, you answer his folly, but ultimately you don't want to answer the fool. You don't want to play his game, but you point out his game, you point out his folly. And that's all you need to do. You don't need to spend time in there with these guys because they are just playing games, whether they realize it or not. They're playing. The funny thing is it's really a philosophy game, and philosophy, secular philosophy, really does break down to a game. And they also say, screw philosophy. So it's all right there. It's all right there in front of us. If you just kind of slow down, focus on what's really happening, they are just playing a game, and they want you to, oh, don't worry about that. Let's just talk about this. You know, whatever method they're going to use. Oh, this is more important. The cross is more important. Talk about that. Oh, you don't want to talk about the cross? I'm not saying I don't want to talk about the cross. I want to talk about the cross with established believers, people who are committed to loving God, people who presuppose God in their walk, not people who say, well, I like this part of the Bible and I'll discard that part, and we're in a movie, let's have a discussion. I don't want to have a biblical discussion with those types of people. You guys get it yet? Ace, you and your lackeys? There's a reason not to go in a biblical discussion with people who are not making sense. It's not that you're not making sense to me. You're not making sense based on your own standard, alleged standard that you're bringing forward. And I keep telling you this and pointing this out to you, and you're either ignoring this or you just don't get it. But when we talk, it goes right back to the same conversation, this conversation, these types of conversations that we've been having. You don't get past this. You're stuck here. You're solved.
Hello. I got a challenge. Since this is open for rants and confrontations. And I see we have, I don't know if Ace is still in the audience, but if he is, this is a challenge for Ace. And I do know that Sean Eagle is in the audience. So this is also an open challenge for Sean Eagle to come on up. And, Ace challenged me with no advanced warning to come on that day to critique a Martin Zinder video. And I did. And the way it ended was with cussing, using God's name in vain, calling me, ranting and raving and calling me all manner of things, which is okay. I forgive you. Nothing held against you for that. And then, just never did answer my questions and points. Although you did confess, Ace, at the beginning that man does have a will. Man does run the race, which was an immediate defeat for that Martin Zinder video, which claimed that we do not. And then later on, his claim that we have no responsibilities given by God and that he is determining every step of everything that we do. And that was proven wrong with the parable of the talents. And when I laid it out, you got awfully angry and cussed me a blue storm, Ace, because you had no answer to that, because I wouldn't get off my final question, which was, is there anything with that I just said that you disagree with or can declare is wrong? And you couldn't, because every point was true in Scripture. You had to admit that the landowner was not present with them. This was not about Christ with the Jews during the millennial kingdom. The landowner was not with them. He did give them, he directed their steps by giving them their talents according to their abilities, not according to what he was going to make them do with it. And that he did not, he left town, he wasn't even there. And he did not determine what they were going to do with what they were given. He didn't make the one man bury his talent. He didn't make the one with two double his currency, or even determine what they should do, how they should put it to work, nor with the 5. He didn't determine any of that. He left a man's heart chooses his own way. A man chooses his own way, but God directs his steps. So he directed their steps, but they chose their own way. And when he came back, he held them accountable for how they dealt with their responsibilities. So, Ace, you never did answer that. You never did tell me, yes, every point there is true. You can turn it off, sweetie. And Greg, when confronted with the very same scenarios, got angry with me and cursed me and booted me off of his stream. I'm not surprised at all. Sean Eagle, you cursed me yourself, my friend, which I'm over that. I don't hold it against you. But I challenge you. Come on up and answer those points. I challenge you right now. I don't think any of you have the wherewithal to answer any of these points. But that's my open challenge. And I am confronting you right now to come on up and discuss this with me in a friendly, wonderful way. At least my way will be a friendly, wonderful way. Whether yours is or not is up to you. I don't determine that. Neither does God. That's up to you to control yourself or not. God doesn't make you lose control and curse his name. No matter how you might like to convince others that he did. Wow. What a sociopathic God that would be. To make somebody curse his name like a puppet and then hold them accountable for it. I'm waiting, Sean. Would you like to come and answer these questions? Would you like to come to answer these points? We'll see. I'll give you a few minutes. Maybe JG will give you a few minutes. Maybe he will become impatient and move on to something more fruitful if this isn't going to be fruitful. But you guys are here for a reason. Are you here just to quip and chat? Are you here just to laugh like a hyena? Or are you here to have a serious discussion? That's what I'm here for, guys. A serious discussion. I'm here for serious doctrine. I'm here to face you down. I will face any one of you or any all of you, provided I get equal time in speaking. You know, the scripture says that one man can put 1,000 demons to flight, and two can put 10,000 to flight. Isn't that ironic? 1,000 demons go screaming, running, waving frantically, eyes bulging, and desperately saying, "There's one of them! There's one of them! Run for your lives!" Come on, guys. Brenda debates. If you believe demons are dumb, if you believe Christians are dumb, if you believe we are dumb for believing in creation instead of evolution, by all means, Brenda, debate. Live up to your name, dear. I will accept your challenge. I certainly will. As a matter of fact, I will challenge you to tell me why I should believe in evolution over creation. And after you tell me, I won't hold you to anything else. You tell me why I should choose evolution over creation, and I will give you, I myself will answer you in such a way as to show you why evolution is absolutely impossible. And only ill-informed people who are brainwashed in evolution. I'll be happy to show you this. Hello, how you doing?
Hi.
And who is this? Is this Brenda?
I have to switch up my mic.
Sweetheart. Well, whoever it was, it looks like they dropped out for a moment. Maybe they're just fixing their mic. I hope that's the problem. I really look forward to a conversation. I'm really hoping that somebody has an interesting challenge for us tonight. But we'll find out in a moment.
I think I got it sorted now.
Okay, cool.
You should believe evolution because it's true.
Oh, okay, so this is Brenda Debates. Good to meet you. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Okay, you believe that evolution is true, right?
I know it's true.
How do you know it's true?
Because that's what science gets us knowledge. It's a scientific fact, therefore I can know it.
And what is a scientific fact?
Something that's been established through the observations and methods of science to be true.
Through scientific method?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's really interesting. Okay, let's go through this. Are you familiar with Berkeley University?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, Berkeley University, in their let's start from the very beginning of evolution.
They have a website devoted to evolution.
Well, they absolutely do. They have an Evolution 101 course too.
Yes.
And they say if you type in Berkeley University soup to cells, you're going to pull up a page where they establish the fact that abiogenesis is the very first step of evolution. Now, why do they say that abiogenesis is the very first step to evolution?
Well, that's wrong. They're wrong about that.
Oh, they're wrong about that.
Yeah.
Well, these are the scholars that you're saying
Don't
you
care.
trust.
Don't care. They're
Okay.
wrong.
Well, why are they wrong?
Because abiogenesis isn't evolution. It's
It isn't
abiogenesis. Evolution took place, but that's different from Darwin's evolution of species by means
Well,
of
I'm not
natural
talking
selection.
I'm not talking about his theory of
That's
evolution.
what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about
Sure.
evolution itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You've got different theories of evolution. Like you have Gould's theory of punctuated equilibrium, which contradicts.
Not really.
Which contradicts Darwin.
No, it doesn't.
Well, of course it does.
No, it really
because
doesn't.
Darwin says evolution is change over a long period of time.
Yes.
And Gould says that the change happens very quickly, and then you have
that's
long
false.
periods.
That's false. That's not what he says.
Okay, well, let's get past all of the
Well,
quibble.
I actually know what I'm talking about. You don't. So what punctuated equilibria says is that change can happen over relatively short periods of time. Relatively here being hundreds of thousands of years instead of millions of years. So it's a long time.
Okay, well, they contradict one another.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Okay. Well, you can say no,
it's
no,
understood. It's understood to be part of evolution, and
so are you saying you do realize that all life is cellular, correct?
no, that's false.
That's false.
Correct.
Show me a life form that isn't in a cell form.
Early bacteria and early before prokaryotes and prokaryotes and eukaryotes. Before that, there was evolution.
What? You're not making any sense at all.
Well, you
All
don't
life-
know elementary school
all life
biology.
is-
Prokaryotes and eukaryotes.
Show me. Okay, I want you to pull up from a legitimate source.
I'm not pulling things up.
I want you to pull up from a legitimate source. I will pull up my everything I say for you. So I want you to pull up for me any legitimate source that shows a life form that is not in cell form.
Yeah, that would be viruses.
Viruses are not life forms.
Yes, they are.
Science does not consider viruses
That's
a life
incorrect. That's incorrect. There are
Okay,
different views
let's-
about them, but there
pull
it
up
is considered
AI.
a life form because it reproduces.
form. Are viruses
They reproduce and they evolve.
considered life forms?
It's going to give you
We'll ask the
contradictory values.
Oh, so everybody
Some
disagrees
people-
with you.
No,
But that's okay.
it's not. It's going to say some
Okay,
people
here's
think
what
that
it
is
says.
and some don't.
AI overview. No. Viruses are generally not considered to be alive. While they exhibit some characteristics of living organisms,
Yeah.
they lack the fundamental features of cellular life, such
Yeah,
as
they're
the
not
ability to metabolize and reproduce independently.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think you have to have that in order to be called
well,
life.
that's your thought. Science
Yes,
disagrees
yes.
with you.
No, there's no such
Okay.
thing as science. What you're doing is
Most
simply
scientists
Yeah, don't
disagree
care.
with.
I don't care.
Okay, so you don't
Right.
care. So that's
Right.
cool.
I'm making
We've
the argument.
established that.
I'm
you
making
don't
the
care about
argument.
scientific method.
I'm making
So-
the argument, not you. I'm
That's
making
all
the
right,
argument.
And I just blasted it.
No, you didn't. You made
So-
an appeal to authority.
You don't. I appealed to scientific method.
No, you didn't.
So
You
there you
appealed
go.
to an authority. You didn't
There you
appeal to
go.
the
Okay,
scientific method.
well, we will agree to disagree.
That's
Okay.
right. There is no such thing as science.
We will
Science is
agree
just a
to
method.
disagree. Now, let
No,
me
we
ask you
don't
the
agree.
next one.
I think that viruses are alive because they
Well, you're
reproduce
allowed to think that,
and
in
they
spite of the
evolve.
fact
Well, that's my argument.
you're allowed to think that in
I
spite of
get
the
to
fact
make my
almost
argument.
well, you just did.
Yeah. And
And
what is
you're
your
allowed to
counter?
think that in spite of the fact that nearly everybody disagrees with you. So
I don't
number
think they
two,
do. I think
number
I could
two,
find biologists who
number
would agree
two,
that it is a kind of life.
number two. Show me
I
the
don't have to
cell.
show you. I'm not going to show you. We're on the internet.
Okay,
I'm not going to show you anything.
has a cell ever self-formed?
Yes.
Where?
Lipids naturally form little round cellular objects in the water. They just naturally form.
Do what now?
They just naturally form cells.
There's
Lipids.
only one way a cell is produced.
You don't know what a lipid is, do you?
There is only one way.
You don't know what a lipid is.
Yes, of course, it's a fatty little organism. But there's
Yes,
only
and
one
they just naturally, because of their
That's-
charge, because of the charge, they naturally form a sphere.
but they don't form a living cell.
Well, of course not, but they naturally
Well,
form
there
a
you
sphere.
go. Now I'm not
Could that
talking
could
about, I'm
that
not talking about
if that
forming a
happened
sphere.
if that happened, for instance, in the prebiotic seas, could it enclose RNA? Yes, it could.
Oh,
And
it
over
could.
time,
Oh, it could.
those structures, right, could evolve to be codependent on each
It
other, and it could evolve.
It could. It might. It possibly
Yeah,
could.
yeah.
Okay.
That's what
but
we're talking about. Possible.
You can't
What's
point to
possible?
anything in the laboratory where this has ever happened.
You
You
can
can't
literally
point-
show lipids
You
forming
can't point to
little
anything in
spherical
nature that's
balls.
been observed.
You can
Okay.
literally show in the laboratories
That's
lipids
not
will
forming
form little.
life. That's not
Yeah.
forming a cell.
Nobody claims that you can just spontaneously poof a modern eukaryotic cell from nothing. Nobody believes that. And none of this is
hypothesis-
evolution anyway. This is
Pardon me. Can we take turns?
abiotic genesis. We're
I'm not
talking
talking about
that.
abiogenesis.
I'm talking about the origin of species by means of natural selection.
Okay.
That's what I mean when I talk about evolution.
Well, okay. Here's what I'm talking about. It's impossible.
Prove it.
I am. Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, nobody has ever observed in nature the formation of a cell other than through mitosis.
Yeah,
Okay?
that's not required. That's not required.
Nobody has ever been able to reproduce in a laboratory a cell from scratch.
Right.
Okay. The only way
That's false. That's false. I just told you. They have constructed cells from
Where?
scratch.
Food.
Look up artificial cell.
Oh, artificial cell, not a living cell.
Well, you said constructed. Okay. You said nobody's constructed one in a lab.
Let's go to AI. Has a lab ever created
artificial cell,
a living
cell? And the answer is yes.
Here's the question. Has the lab ever created a living cell?
Yes.
A living cell with a synthetic genome?
Yes.
Do you understand what this is saying? Do you understand what this is referring to?
It's saying that you were wrong. You said that they didn't do that, and you looked it up, and they did it, didn't they?
Now, let's correct this. I'm going to correct this article right in front of you. Yes, scientists have created a living cell that...
Thank you. I win.
With a completely synthetic genome.
Yes, yes. But you said they hadn't. You said they hadn't constructed a cell.
Hold on.
You were wrong.
Meaning the genetic code was designed and built in a lab.
Yes.
According to Wired.
I'm aware of this. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, now tell me the story then. Where did they get this cell?
They made it. You said they didn't make it.
Greg Venter took a living E. coli bacteria cell. He extracted its DNA, and he inserted a synthetic DNA genome into it.
Yeah.
And it is okay. Now, when yeah, that's exactly
You
what happened.
said they
He
had
did not.
constructed a living cell, and
did
they
not.
did.
He did not create the living cell. Craig Venter, as a matter of fact, has gone on BBC, and he said, "No, I did not create life. I didn't start from
Nobody
scratch.
says he created
I
life.
took." That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not.
He took a
You
living.
said they didn't create a living cell, and he
Well,
did.
he didn't create that living
He
cell.
literally did. You said
He
so.
took
And
he-
the AI
he
that you asked told you that
You
he
just
did.
agreed with me that he took an already living E. coli bacteria cell.
Yeah,
He-
when
that's
they
what he
when they
started
removed the contents, was it alive? No, it
That's
was
right.
dead. It was
So,
dead.
How do you know it was
And
dead?
they inserted
He took-
artificial DNA.
He took an already living E. coli bacteria cell.
Yeah. And
Now, that's
removed the original
Craig
DNA
Venter,
and replaced
you're-
it with the artificial DNA, right?
You're interrupting. Craig Venter, you can pull up Craig Venter BBC, living cell, and you will see where Craig Venter actually went on BBC and CNN. And he was establishing the fact because people kept saying, "Oh, look, he created a living cell." Craig Venter corrected that himself, and he said, "No, I did not create the living cell." He said, "I took an already living E. coli bacteria cell, and I extracted its genome and I inserted my own into it, one that I created on my computer, and it began to reproduce." So there you go. He did not create the cell. So I'm sorry, that's the truth, and that's
Why did the AI tell you that it had?
Because it's misleading you.
Oh, okay. So now it's wrong. It's wrong when you want it to be wrong, but it's right when you want it to be right.
Well, it misled you. If you
No,
started with
I don't think it did. I think that you're just choosing to interpret it a certain way.
You can believe
in
that.
order to. It's called confirmation bias.
It's called telling the truth.
None of this is important. I came here to discuss evolution.
Well,
not abiogenesis.
We're about to get into step 2. Okay, I'm establishing the fact that nobody has created a living cell from scratch.
And what does that prove?
Craig Venter did take, and I give him all the credit in the world, he's a brilliant man. He did take an already living E. coli bacteria.
I can grant you for the sake of argument that it's true, but doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove anything. What does it prove?
Now let's go.
Does it prove that people can't do it? Does it prove that life cannot have originated in the early Earth?
It proves that they haven't.
No, it doesn't prove that life could not have originated on the early Earth.
I didn't say that.
Right, so it does not prove that life could not have originated on the early Earth, right?
Okay. Now let's go to step 2.
So you haven't proved that life could not have originated on Earth.
Well, step 2 is going to be much easier for you.
No, I want you to admit that you have not shown that life could not have originated on the Earth.
Of course, you're right. I have not shown that life could not originate on Earth. Okay, I'm just showing that we have no proof that it did. Okay, now number 2.
That's not how proof works.
Our next step in this process is going from a single cell life to a multicellular life. Where do we ever observe that in nature?
I think it's been observed.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it has.
I'll tell you what has been observed. Every time a cell splits, it's called mitosis. Okay, and through mitosis, what happens? It produces, you have one cell that splits into 2 identical twin cells. Okay, there's no new information in that cell. They are identical twins. And what happens then? They go on to reproduce. What do? They split and they produce more cells. Never does a single cell organism produce a multicellular organism. Now, some people are going to disagree with that. They'll say, well, yeah, looky here. There's an article that talks about all of these things that have banded together to protect themselves from predators. But they're not looking and seeing what's actually being said. And it's not producing a multicellular organism. You have a single cell that is dividing itself into 2 identical single cells, and then they divide into 4 identical
Look,
single cells.
I'm familiar with
Hold
high
on.
school biology, dude.
Let me finish. And then you do have cases in certain particular types of animals, single-celled life, where as they're dividing, there's a secretion that causes them to band together and colonize together. And they call that, some people call that a multicellular organism. But it's not. It's simply dozens or tens or dozens or hundreds or thousands of single-cell organisms that are colonizing together to help protect themselves from predators. But never in the history of science has anyone ever observed or been able to produce in a lab a multicellular organism from a single cellular organism.
Yeah, that's false.
Prove me wrong.
Yeah, it's Tufts in Science and Technology, Graduate School of Arts and Sciences. Let me see here. Michael Levin, our Bush Professor of Biology, right? In a remarkable development, scientists at Tufts University have created a new biological organism that can self-replicate. The discovery builds on early work, creating tiny automatons called xenobots from the skin cells of African clawed frogs. The bots were able to swim through liquid, navigate through tubes, work together to collect particles, and heal themselves when injured.
A bot?
Yeah.
A bot.
Yeah.
A bot.
Yes, they're little organisms.
A bot. What's a bot? Explain that to us.
It's called a xenobot.
A xenobot. And what exactly is a xenobot?
They're a synthetic multicellular organism.
A synthetic. Okay.
Yeah.
What is a xenobot?
Developed from frog skin cells.
Is it a living organism?
They replicate.
Xenobots are a type of living robot or organic robot.
Yeah.
Made from frog
skins
skin cells. They are designed by computers and built from biological tissues. Scientists have observed that xenobots can move, heal themselves spontaneously, pile up debris, and even replicate in a unique way. Here's more of a detailed look. Hold on just a minute. Xenobots are assembled from the stem cell of African clawed frogs. Xenopus, what is it? Lavis, functionality, they can move, self-heal, and exhibit collective behavior in groups. Replication. A key discovery is that xenobots can gather loose stem cells and use them to construct new xenobots, a process called kinetic replication. In other words, they have built some kind of a robot here and programmed it and allowed it to build other robots, programmed it to create other robots.
Yeah.
And they've used living stem cells to do it. So how does that say that this is a living life form?
It shows it's possible.
How does that say that this is a living?
It shows it's possible.
It doesn't say it's a robot.
Yeah, but it shows it's possible.
It's a robot.
Yes, but it shows it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible to build a robot.
Look, if I build a car, if I build what is
the reproduction?
Listen to this argument, right? If I build a car, it shows that you can use combustion to create pressure, right, to move a mechanism, right?
What?
Do you understand the analogy? I'm reasoning by analogy.
You're not showing that it's possible to create a living being. You're showing that it's possible.
Yeah, it does. It does mean that. It shows that it's possible. It's possible to use. It's possible. If building a car shows it's possible to use combustion to create energy for motion, right? So developing a tiny organism that replicates, heals itself, and does work shows that it's possible.
I'm talking about a living biological entity that can reproduce itself the way plants and animals reproduce themselves.
And I'm saying that a
It can't.
car shows that combustion can do work.
You don't know the definition of life, do you?
Do they replicate?
And not the way plants. Not
It says they replicate. It doesn't have to
not
be
the way any plant or animal does.
So special pleading.
No,
they
it's
don't
not.
do it the way other life does.
That's not replication. That's not replication in a biological way.
That's just a no true Scotsman.
That's not biological
Right.
Reproduction.
That's just a no true Scotsman fallacy.
How is that biological replication?
Because they reproduce.
How are they reproducing?
That's the only requirement, that they reproduce.
How are they reproducing?
I don't know the details of this.
You don't know the details. It just told you they build. These things are programmed to build other robots.
Yeah.
These are robots that are programmed.
That's what organisms do. That's what bacteria do.
No.
Yes, they do. They build themselves.
Bacteria divide. They
divide by acquiring materials, accumulating materials, and building. Yes.
A self-contained biological reproduction.
Well, because they didn't do it the way bacteria doesn't mean they aren't alive.
That's the scientific
just
idea.
Special pleading. It's just
that's
special
the scientific idea of reproduction.
No, you're just special pleading because it doesn't do it the way some life does it. Therefore, it's not alive. And I'm saying it reproduces, therefore it's alive.
So if you have a robot that is programmed to build another robot, you're saying that robot is alive.
Yes.
You want to border on the ridiculous. That's cool.
An argument from incredulity. You have got nothing.
No. I'm just saying.
All you've got is arguments from authority, no true Scotsman, and incredulity. You have nothing.
Okay. If you want to call a robot that is programmed to build another robot,
that's what we are. Our robot. We are mechanical. We are mechanical organisms.
If you want to call that a living creature,
yes,
you can live in your own. You can.
That's what
that.
That's what we are.
Okay. Now let me ask you something.
We are.
What evidence do you have of evolution?
It's just one of the most successful theories in almost all of science.
I didn't ask you that. I said, what is your evidence that it's true?
We have fossils and DNA.
Okay, let's look at this.
And evolution has been observed.
Okay, let's talk about this a step at a time. You bring up fossils. Now, I bet you're going to be one of those people that would swear that all fossils are what? Transitional?
All life is transitional. We have one giant tree of life.
Okay, the one giant phylogenetic chart.
We're all related to each other. All of life on Earth originated from a common ancestor.
Okay, now let's assume that's true for just a moment. Now, let me ask you, do you believe that the Archaeopteryx, for instance, is a good example of a transitional fossil?
Yeah.
And do you believe it transitioned from theropod dinosaurs?
Dude, modern birds are dinosaurs.
That's not what I asked you. I'm asking you. So
it didn't transition, did it? It's midway between flightless and flying reptiles.
I'm just asking you, do you believe the Archaeopteryx developed from theropod dinosaurs? It's a simple yes or no.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, what do you think they evolved from?
I don't remember.
Well, the specific theory says that they evolved from a theropod dinosaur. Would you agree with that? You can have time to look it up.
Yeah, what about it?
Okay, do you agree with that?
I will agree with whatever the current scientific consensus is about it.
Okay, so do you know how they decide what is a transition, how a transitional fossil is determined?
No.
Okay, let me explain it to you. Let's use the Archaeopteryx as an example again. Let's say you're in China and you dig up an Archaeopteryx and you look at it and you observe the features of the hind legs and the wings and its legs, its wings, and etc. And you observe features that are similar to a theropod dinosaur in the hind legs and a few other likenesses that are similar. And then you look at it and you say, okay, well, these similarity, it also has similarity to modern birds. And so you place it on your phylogenetic chart right between the theropod dinosaur and modern birds, right? Right or wrong?
Okay.
Okay. Now, what's step 2? You have your hypothesis now. You've dug it up, you've looked at it, you've observed it, you've made these observations, and you've developed your hypothesis that it descended from a theropod dinosaur to a modern bird. Now, what's step 2?
I don't know.
Applying scientific method, right? Now, what is scientific method? Step 2 of scientific method would be what you call the falsification process. And what's the falsification process? You have to be able to test this theory or this hypothesis in such a way that it potentially has an honest chance of proving your hypothesis wrong. That's what the falsification process is. It's actually scientific testing in an attempt to prove yourself wrong. That's what it's for. So let's look at this now. You've eyeballed it. You've noted your similarities. You've developed a hypothesis. Now you've got to test it. What is the only test available that would be able to tell whether or not this thing actually descended from a theropod dinosaur into a bird?
You tell me.
DNA is the only way possible to verify this. Yes, absolutely.
Why is that?
Well, there's no other test that can prove it right or wrong.
Why not?
Why not? Well, tell me the test that can prove it wrong or prove it right.
By examining it phylogenetically.
Examining, looking. No, that's how you developed your hypothesis. Looking at it doesn't prove anything. Looking at it is what gave you your hypothesis.
Yeah, you classify it, right? It's classified.
According to your subjective opinion, but now you've got to scientifically test it. Or are you too good to test your pet theory?
Well, there's no genetic material left over.
Are you too good to put your pet
So
theory?
your claim is that we can't know anything about fossils if there's no genetic material left.
Did I say that at all? You can know a lot about fossils.
It seems I'm asking you a question.
You can know a lot about fossils. You just cannot test.
Can you know their genetic lineage?
You can't, not without testing it in most cases. In many cases.
Why not?
Because it's a guess.
So
a guess is not knowing anything.
It's an inference, right?
That's not testing your theory, dude.
Why can't I make a guess based on observations?
That's not scientific procedure.
That's literally what all of science is.
That's your hypothesis. That's how you develop
it.
That's
and
what
then you can test. You can test that by comparing it with other specimens, right?
In other words, by more hypotheses.
See where it fits in. Yeah, see where it fits
in. More hypotheses.
None of how science works. You don't know how science works.
None of which you are testing. If you're saying you don't have to test any of these theories, any of these hypotheses,
test it by comparing it.
You don't know how science works.
You test it by comparing it.
You test it with a test that has the ability to prove it wrong. And looking at other models, looking at other skeletons, and eyeballing them and making the same guess is not testing any of these theories.
It's literally how paleontology works.
And no, it's not how it's only because
it is.
If it's how paleontology works, then paleontology is not a science.
It certainly is.
How is it a science when you don't use scientific method?
Well, you're not the boss of science.
No.
No,
What an
you're
answer.
not. You're not. You're not the
So,
boss. You're not the
so it
boss who,
doesn't matter
just
to
a minute,
you.
let me finish my sentence. You're not the one who decides what is or isn't science. It's
No,
not
I'm
you. It's
not.
not you.
Science decided that long before I was
The
born.
science isn't a person. It isn't a thing.
Scientists decided that
Right?
that's what science was
That's
long
that's
before I was
wrong.
born.
That's wrong.
Oh, science is not
Right.
testable and repeatable?
It's based on inferences,
No, no, no,
right?
no.
You based it on inferences from observation, empirical, inductive inferences based on observational
So,
data.
so you think science is looking at everything and guessing and calling that good?
That's where you start,
Okay,
and
and
then
then now I'll
and
grant you
then
that's how you
and then
develop
you
your
compare.
hypothesis.
Then you compare Archaeopteryx to other specimens and see where it fits within in between the other species. You compare. It's comparative um, uh, studies about them. That's how they do it. That's how they've been doing it. And if you want to die on the hill of DNA, right? Then there's plenty of examples of DNA showing evolution. Hello? You seem to have lost you. Did you lose your connection? Yep, you did. Let me see. Let me check this. Huh. He seems to have lost his connection. Well, the thing is that DNA is not going to be his best argument going forward, because we can prove with DNA that evolution takes place. We can compare species and show that one species is related to another. It's the parent or the child of another species. Humans are related to the great apes, like gorillas and chimpanzees, right? I guess he must run away, so I guess I shall too.
This message was delivered by Dr. Greg L. Bonson, scholar in residence at the Southern California Center for Christian Studies in Irvine, California.
I tried to summarize relevant material from the Bible that bears on the practice of apologetics, and today we're doing the same thing with respect to philosophy. And all we've covered so far is the development of a worldview. But we've been pretty thorough about that, and that's the governing concept in apologetics, because everyone you talk to has a worldview, and in terms of that worldview, they issue their objections, and in terms of that worldview, they interpret the evidence and argumentation that you're bringing to them. And so worldviews will be the crux in defending the faith. In addition to studying philosophy in general, however, I want to become more specific and introduce you now to some elementary concepts in epistemology. Epistemology is that subdivision of philosophy that's concerned with the theory of knowledge. In the nature of the case, the apologetical discussion that we have with people is not merely an exchange of personal opinions. It eventually centers around questions like, how do you know this to be true? Or how can that belief be justified? To put it simply, apologetics entails the application, even if the unwitting application, of one's more basic theory of knowledge, one's epistemology. Both the believer and the unbeliever operate with epistemological convictions about truth, belief, evidence, proof, etc. The unbeliever will say that he does not believe that the claims of Christianity are true, that there is no proof of miracles, that he knows Jesus was merely a man, or such things. Likewise, believers who engage in defending the faith make use of epistemological notions, saying, we believe that God raised Jesus from the dead, and I know that my Redeemer lives, that God has furnished proof that Jesus will judge the world, that God's word is truth. It should be clear, moreover, that not only do we find enduring, unresolved disagreements about epistemology between schools of thought and between individuals throughout the history of philosophy, including our own day, there are fundamentally and relevantly significant conflicts between the Christian and the non-Christian over crucial epistemological matters. In light of the biblical teaching about the intellectual renewal of the believer, we read of that in Romans 12:2 and Ephesians 4, verses 23 and 24. And in light of the biblical teaching about the all-pervasive depravity of the unbeliever, Romans 8:7, Ephesians 4, verses 17 and 19, the philosophical discord over the most fundamental issues in epistemology should not alarm us, shouldn't surprise us, really. The apologist must not naively take for granted that everyone shares a common view of knowledge, a common view of truth, a common view of language, a common view of logic, a common view of evidence. And yet in apologetics, we're dealing with what? The concepts of knowledge and logic and evidence and so forth. If everyone held these common views, basic philosophical or religious disputes could be readily settled simply by making sure everyone has the same information or everyone has the same raw data available to them. But the disputes in these areas persist because men disagree over more fundamental epistemological issues. Indeed, issues which will even determine what counts as raw data or not. As the Christian knows from the reading of the Bible, men are divided by epistemological conflicts concerning what is truth. Remember John 18:38? There's Jesus, the way, the truth, and the life, standing before Pilate, and Pilate goes, what is truth? They're divided over what is believable, Acts 26:8. King Agrippa, why should you think it impossible or incredible that God should raise the dead? over the reliability of their senses. Matthew 28:17. Standing in front of the resurrected Jesus, some doubted. The difference between knowledge and pseudo-knowledge, 1 Timothy 6:20. Between wisdom and folly, 1 Corinthians 1:18-29. Over the evidential value and the power of miracles, Luke 16:31. What I'm saying is, from reading our Bibles, we should know that the fundamental dividing issues between us and unbelievers are epistemological. What is true? How do you know? What counts as evidence? Can you rely on your senses? Things like that. And so I will not have done, I think, a responsible job of teaching you apologetics if I don't take some time to teach you some epistemology. Now, epistemology is a huge field. That's my specialization in philosophy, so that's what it says on my degree. And I would love to just go on and on and on and on. I can't do that. But I think it's crucial that all of you have at least some fundamental notions of what we mean when we talk about knowing something, believing something, what is true, and what is it to have evidence for what we believe. So we're going to begin this afternoon in dealing with basic epistemology with the different kinds of knowing. Different kinds of knowing. The word epistemology itself derives from the Greek word episteme on the one hand and the other Greek word logos, meaning a discourse, a word, a reason concerning episteme, which is the word for knowledge. So epistemology is the theory of knowledge. We have to begin by reflecting a bit on the nature of knowledge then. I'll tell you, this clip is obviously wanting to give me trouble. What do people ordinarily mean when they say that they know something? Okay. If we say S, the subject here, or think of it as Sam if that bothers you, S knows something. What do we mean when we use sentences of that form? And it turns out there is no simple and single answer to the question because the verb to know is used in a very wide variety of ways. And that is obvious enough in 20th century English parlance, but that wide variety of uses is also evident in biblical use of the word to know. The richness of usage is due to the different kinds of objects which are said to be known. So S knows, and then something's going to go in this blank here. And what goes in this blank, the kind of object that is known, affects what we mean when we use the verb to know. Okay, so what are the different kinds of objects that are said to be known? We speak of knowing truths, or we say knowing facts or knowing claims. Another way of putting this is to say we know propositions. Here's an example. He knows that the car needs repair. He knows that the car needs repair. That's a truth or a proposition, a claim or a fact. And so before the use of a truth, we ordinarily in English have the helping word that. Now we could say he knows the car needs repair, or we could say he knows that the car needs repair. And the Bible speaks that way as well. Just as an example, Matthew 24:32. People know propositions. They know facts or claims. But then we also speak of knowing in the sense of having an ability having an ability, where the object of knowledge is not a truth, but an ability. He knows that the car needs repair is a propositional knowledge. He knows how to fix the carburetor is a matter of ability. And you all see the difference there? What is said to be known is not a proposition, but rather what you know is a skill. You have an ability. And the Bible uses the word know in that way as well. An example is Luke 11:13. And then finally, in the English language, we speak of knowing persons. We know truth. We know in the sense that we have abilities. By the way, when we say that he knows or S knows, and it's an ability that he's said to know, usually the helping word is how. He knows how to fix the carburetor. He knows how to please his neighbor. That would be a moral ability. Okay? Some people know how to make peace. Some people don't. Some people have that skill. Some people don't. So we know truths. We know how. We have abilities or skills. But then sometimes, thirdly, we say we know persons or people. And in this sense, we use the word to know in the sense of acquaintance or intimacy. He has known him for years as his auto mechanic. And the Bible's full of illustrations of that kind of knowing too, where we know people and we know them intimately. In Genesis 4:1, Adam knew Eve, and she had a son as a result of that knowledge. That was not a knowledge of propositions. That was an intimacy of personal relationship. All right, so knowledge can be of different sorts. Of propositions, of skills, and of persons. The last two senses of knowing, an ability or a skill, or an interpersonal relationship, cannot by any means be reduced merely to the first sense of knowing, which I'll call intellectual knowing. Indeed, even with respect to some linguistic contexts which utilize the common locution for knowledge of truths, that is, situations where we would say, know that, the intended sense is not limited to a barely intellectual or theoretical sense. Psalm 46:10 says, "Be still and know that I am God." There, what you are to do, know that I am God, is certainly more than an intellectual apprehension. It also entails what? A personal relationship of trust. Be still and know that I am God means have a certain view of me in relationship to me. And it also entails a certain kind of ability, the ethical ability to submit your will to the Lord's will. And so in that setting, be still and know that I am God. That I am God looks like an intellectual proposition, but it can't be divorced from the skill and the personal relationship senses of knowing. But nevertheless, we cannot think that skill and personal relationship can be reduced to the first sense of knowing, the intellectual sense of knowing. And yet, these last two senses, knowing as a skill or ability, knowing as a personal relationship, cannot be completely divorced from the first sense either, as though they were completely independent of them. Think about this. Knowing how to fix the carburetor involves knowing that it mixes fuel and air, knowing what its parts are and how they function. Likewise, in the Bible, knowing how to please God involves knowing that his precepts require certain things. Okay? Do you know how to please God? Not if you don't know his commandments, you don't. You have to know what pleases him, You have to know that he wants the following if you're going to please him, if you're going to have the skill of living in a godly way. Knowing someone personally, even in the sexual sense, in that intimate sense, minimally entails knowing some facts about the person, right? I'm trying to embarrass anybody, but the intimacy of sex does require a little bit of knowledge, of at least the human reproductive system and procedure. That knowledge, that is not completely apart from knowing someone personally. If I were to say, I know Ronald Reagan, that's personal, intimate knowledge. And then you were to ask me questions like, well, what do you know about him? Oh, nothing. Did you know that he was the president? No. Did you know that he was an actor? No. Did you know that he's now suffering from Alzheimer's? No. Did you know who he's married to? No. Do you know what he did for a living? No. Do you know where he lives? No. I don't know anything about him, but I know him. You see, that's just preposterous. To know someone, even in that third sense of an intimate personal relationship, involves some intellectual knowledge as well. So knowing someone can't be reduced to intellectual propositions, but it can't be divorced from intellectual propositions either. Is that true about knowing God? Can we know God without believing certain propositions about him? There's been a whole school of theology that's taught us for a generation that we can. But that's just philosophical nonsense. It's not just exegetical nonsense, it's philosophical nonsense. When neo-Orthodox theologians say, I can't tell you any true proposition, any objective truth about God, but I know God, you have to say, that's just preposterous. For simplicity and for clarity, then, the discussion that we have about knowledge when we're doing apologetics in this course is going to focus on the intellectual sense of knowing, since it is at least a part of all other instances of knowledge. It may not be the most important thing about personal relationships, but you can't have personal relationships without it. And it may not be the most important thing about the skills that you have, but you don't have skills without intellectual knowledge as well. I suppose that you could even be willing to have someone fix your carburetor who couldn't answer any questions truly about a carburetor. And if you gave him a test, maybe he'd get all the answers on paper wrong. But when he got done with his hands underneath your hood, the carburetor worked. Okay, so I'm not saying that the knowledge that is the most important. All I'm saying is you don't ever have knowledge how or knowledge of a person without knowledge that certain propositions. Okay, that's easy enough, right? We move on. Let's talk about belief. What is knowledge in the intellectual sense? Well, to build this up little by little, at the very first step, we can observe that all instances of knowing in the intellectual sense are a subclass of instances of believing. Whenever you know something, you at least believe it. In ordinary discourse, it makes no sense to say that you know a proposition to be true, but you do not believe it to be true. You say, I know that my next door neighbor died, but I don't believe it. There are idiomatic expressions, notice idiomatic expressions, that gain their punch precisely by departing from ordinary discourse, though. That is, I might express this by way of shock. I know we won the lottery, but I still can't believe it. Well, that's technically wrong, but we're trying to express something pungently. We're trying to show the shock or alarm or surprise, and so we put it that way. But you see, even in an example like that, the statement wouldn't be intelligible. It wouldn't convey its sense of amazement if the use of the word to know did not ordinarily entail believing. Because what I'm saying is, by I know, I'm saying I believe. And then when I say, but I can't believe it, I'm saying, but it's unbelievable. So this is what makes it a pungent expression. I believe it, but find it unbelievable. So even in those apparent counter examples, it turns out they rest on an idiomatic use of language that itself gains its punch from the fact that we take belief as a presupposition or a constituent element of knowing intellectually. Knowledge entails belief, to put it very simply. When we know something, we believe it. Of course, there are many kinds of belief of which people are capable. And there are many interesting aspects of belief as belief. I can't give you my entire graduate course in epistemology here, but I can boil it down for you to give you, maybe whet your appetite a bit. Sometimes we speak of a mental event as a belief. But other times we think of belief as a disposition to act in certain ways. Right? Now, before I ask this question, did you believe that it was cold outside? Yeah, you did. And we know that you believed that because you had a disposition to act in a certain way. Put on your coat before you go outside. But before I asked this question, you weren't having a mental event of believing that it's cold outside. Unless this lecture is so boring that you had wandered over to the weather now and saying, boy, it's cold outside. You weren't believing as an event in your mind right then that it's cold outside, but we would still say you believed it because what? You had a disposition to act in that way. Beliefs sometimes are held with differing degrees of confidence. Sometimes we have suspicions that we call beliefs, sometimes opinions, sometimes downright convictions. All of them are called beliefs. Some beliefs are spontaneous. Others are derived by mental investigation and inference. Some beliefs are subject to voluntary control. Well, not at all, while it doesn't seem to be the case at all with respect to other beliefs. That is to say, I can choose to believe certain things, but there are other matters which is not a matter of choice. I can't help but believe it or help but disbelieve it. Of all the beliefs that you have, how many do you think you've given personal avowal to? How many have you openly asserted as your beliefs? A very small percentage, as a matter of fact, if you think about it. Not all beliefs are given personal avowal. People sometimes think, but all of our beliefs we silently affirm in our heads. That's not true either, though. Some beliefs are held so explicitly and clearly that we openly state it. Other beliefs are held without much reflection whatsoever. Of all the beliefs that you have, some have important consequences. Some have numerous consequences, whereas other beliefs are relatively insignificant. They hardly matter at all. Some beliefs are held as normative for us. That is to say, they govern our behavior. We feel obliged to be loyal to what that belief states. Some are even incorrigible. They can't be corrected. They are so normative that we don't allow anything to challenge or change those beliefs. And other beliefs are maintained only by concentrated effort. We have to keep working hard to keep believing this. Some beliefs are irrational. Some beliefs are held inconsistently. Well, I could go on and on. This was of interest to me. I hope it is of interest to some of you. Belief is a fascinating concept. There are many kinds of belief, many circumstances, many qualifications, but in all these cases, we're dealing legitimately with what can, in general, be called believing or belief. Attempting to take all that diversity into account, let me characterize belief as a positive cognitive attitude toward a proposition, an action-guiding mental state on which a person relies, whether intermittently or continuously in his theoretical inferences or practical actions and plans. And some of you said, I need to kick this into gear. Would you like me to slow down? No, she says. Okay. I'm going to repeat that. You have to go home and reflect a bit on this. This is obviously a theoretical and highly attenuated definition. Belief is a positive cognitive attitude toward a proposition, comma, an action guiding mental state on which a person relies, parenthetically, whether intermittently or continuously, end of parentheses, in his theoretical inferences or practical actions and plans. Real quickly, it's a positive cognitive attitude. It's a way of being situated toward the world. It's an attitude, and it's of a cognitive nature, an intellectual nature, and the situation is one of affirmation. It's a positive cognitive attitude. And what distinguishes one belief from another is the proposition that's believed. So I may have the same positive cognitive attitude toward strawberry ice cream is good as I do toward the proposition that it's cold outside, but those are not the same belief because the proposition believed is different. So a belief is a positive cognitive attitude toward a proposition. By way of further explanation, it's an action-guiding mental state. Okay, it's a cognitive attitude. I have a state of mind, and that state of mind guides my actions. And I rely on that, sometimes very briefly, sometimes over a long period of time. And I rely on that action-guiding state of mind in my theoretical inferences when I start drawing conclusions and thinking things through, and I rely on it in my practical actions and plans. Do I believe it's cold outside? One of the indications is, did I put on my coat before I went out? So I believe it in terms of my practical actions. But now, I could also believe that it's cold outside because I draw certain theoretical inferences from that. If it's cold outside, and it has been for many days, it's most likely winter here in Brooklyn, and therefore, if I have to figure out at what point it is in the calendar, I might say very probably it's in January or February. Now, that inference pattern would show, by the way, I may be wrong in my inferences, that's not important here, but drawing those inferences shows that I rely on the statement, it's cold outside. The mental states or cognitive attitudes which we call a person's beliefs are distinguished from each other by the propositions which are their intended objects. Belief is, in distinction from merely entertaining a thought or a hypothesis, a positive attitude, an affirmative attitude toward a proposition, and that means that one relies on it. One relies on it whether self-consciously, as when I assent to it or not, I rely on it self-consciously, as when I assent to it, and sometimes I don't self-consciously rely on it. I rely on it in guiding my actions. These actions can be mental. When I draw an inference from certain propositions, it must be winter in Brooklyn. They may be verbal. When I assert something to be the case, someone says, is it cold outside? And I say, oh, it's cold outside. I'm relying on my belief that it's cold outside in that verbal behavior. And sometimes it's bodily. I rely on it, my bodily behavior, when I put my coat on. The actions consequent upon a belief are not always of all three kinds, though. People have been known to outwardly behave in terms of a certain belief, which is too painful to verbally assert. So we may see behavior that shows that you're relying on a belief, even though you don't hear a verbal affirmation of that belief. Indeed, even what people verbally assert to be their beliefs is subject to deception and error. That's a part of human nature many of us don't like to acknowledge. You know, your friends may recognize, in light of your social behavior, the hollowness of your avowal of racial equality, even when you do not suspect yourself of being insincere about that. Don't we all understand this expression, actions speak louder than words? And let me note beyond this that a belief need not always be manifesting itself.
Please turn the cassette over at this time.
Sometimes the mental state that we call belief is quiescent. That is, it's a disposition so that under certain circumstances we may behave or verbalize or infer things, but we're not doing anything right now to give any indication of that belief. There is nothing that I've done, I think, in the last 2 minutes to indicate to you that I believe that I live in California. The belief was quiescent. It's not quiescent now because I called on it as an illustration. So now I'm verbally asserting because I want to give an illustration of a belief. But I believe that I live in California even when I'm not talking about it or giving any evidence in my behavior or my inference patterns that that's what I'm thinking about. And even when the belief is in its active mode, that activity may be merely periodic, depending on my changing circumstances or other attitudes or desires that I have. That is, I don't always tell people I live in California. You might think that I do because I'm obsessed with it, but I don't. And so the activity that is a manifestation of my belief is a periodic activity. However, the mental state's causal capacity to affect my mental, verbal, or bodily activity is not dependent upon some outside stimulus. That's what behaviorism always suggests. It can be exercised at will by a person who believes the proposition in question. That is, we can choose to start thinking about certain things and drawing inferences. We can choose to talk about what we want to talk about, express the beliefs we want to express. We can choose to behave in a certain way according to our beliefs. Yeah, so belief's a lot more complicated than you had thought, eh? It's good to know that, because when we get into apologetical discussions, we're pressing for people to believe that Jesus rose from the dead, that there is a God, that there's a day of judgment coming. And so we need to have some idea of what we're talking about when we talk about belief. I think what I've just described for you philosophically ties in with the biblical conception of belief in a pretty tight way. In the Bible, knowledge is not separated from belief. In fact, in Titus 1:1, they are interchangeable terms. We see that knowledge entails belief in 1 John 4:16. In Hebrews 11:1, we see that belief is a positive attitude. It's an assurance, a conviction. And we know that it's a positive attitude toward propositions which have been heard or read. Romans 10:14. Sometimes in the Bible, belief is treated as a datable event. The Bible says, when you came to believe. So it is an event. At other times, belief is treated in the Bible as a continuing state of mind, as in Romans 15:13. But that state of mind is sometimes temporary. Sometimes people show a kind of belief and it goes away. Luke 8:13, Hebrews 10:35. At other times, the state of mind is an enduring state of mind. Now, to be a theologian for a moment, we believe that faith is an enduring state of mind when it comes from God and is grounded in Him. When it does not come from God, the faith that is expressed of human imagination and generation doesn't last. In the Bible, when men live by faith, their belief intermittently comes to expression when the occasion requires. So you think of the example of Abraham or Moses in Hebrews the 11th chapter. And yet, there is another sense in which faith is continually operative in the life of the believer. A good example would be 1 Timothy 6:12 and 2 Timothy 4:7. And in the Bible, belief carries different degrees of confidence. Lord, I believe, help my unbelief. That's one level. At another level, belief is of such a confidence that it's never shaken. And finally, in the Bible, I skipped a line here, I'm sorry. Belief in the Bible expresses itself in your mental inferences, what conclusions you draw, Hebrews 11:3. In your verbal remarks, what you will profess to be the case, Romans 10, verses 9 and 10, as well as in your practical behaviors, James 2:14-20 indicates. Faith without works is dead. And finally, there's a sense in which belief is not simply a passive response to external stimuli, but belief is exercised at will. And how do we know that it's exercised at will? Because it's morally enjoined upon men, both at its inception, when the Bible calls on men to believe God's proclamation, and in its continuing operation. We are supposed to exercise ourselves unto faith. Well, the fact that we have something to do with it, we're called on to exercise faith or to believe the proclamation, shows that it is somewhat under our voluntary control. Now, I'm speaking philosophically. I'm not forgetting that we don't have the ability to exercise faith until God grants it by His grace. But when He grants it by His grace, the point is we do the believing, not God. And so faith is something we do, and we're called upon to do, and we're responsible to do. All right, what have we learned so far? 3 different senses of knowing. All of them involve knowing in the intellectual sense. The intellectual sense of knowing involves belief, and I've just labored to give you a theoretical description of belief and its richness, the various aspects, qualifications that may apply to it. Knowing something is a case of believing it. Yet, knowledge is obviously more than a mere belief. It often happens that 2 people believe propositions which are contradictory. One person asserts a claim that Winston Churchill was elected to Parliament in 1900, while the other asserts the denial. Winston Churchill was not elected to Parliament in 1900. In such a case, both people cannot know what they have asserted. And why is that? Because Winston Churchill cannot both have been and not have been elected to Parliament in 1900. At least one of them is mistaken. As experience shows only too often, not everything which people believe proves to be true. And whenever a proposition or claim turns out to be false, nobody can claim to know that proposition, even though a person may sincerely have believed it or thought that it was true. But you can't know the proposition if in fact it is false. A man may honestly believe that Mount Rushmore is located in California, but he really cannot know it for the simple reason that the claim's not accurate. So then, instances of knowing are instances of believing a proposition. However, not just any arbitrary proposition, but only those which have the added property of being true. In common sense, in ordinary usage, to say that a proposition is true can be variously translated as claiming that it states what is the case, conforms to the facts, accords with the actual state of affairs, or is correct. It isn't all that difficult to offer an adequate synonym for the predicate is true. It's altogether another matter to offer a theory of truth. Okay? So when someone says, well, in epistemology you have to know what truth is. So what is truth? It isn't difficult to tell them another way of putting it. True, to say it is true is to say it accords with the facts, or it is correct. But a theory of truth proves to be a very difficult thing, something over which philosophers have struggled and struggled and struggled. But those of you who are going to be cautious in your thinking should note that differing theories of truth which have been advanced by philosophers are not necessarily in conflict with each other. Various theories of truth that have been offered by philosophers are not necessarily in conflict with each other. I point this out because I've read many attempts by Christians to write elementary introductions to philosophy, and they really embarrass us because what they'll do is they'll present different theories of truth like they're at war with each other. Like, which one's it going to be? Well, the different theories of truth do not necessarily conflict with each other because it turns out, if you analyze what's going on, they're really addressing different questions. Some theories of truth are addressing the question, what is the nature of the property that we call truth? For instance, the correspondence theory does that. Other theories ask, what is the evidence for the presence of that property? The coherence and pragmatic theories of truth do that. Yet other theories are answering the question, what is the logical structure of those sentences that use the term true or truth? The semantic and performative theories of truth address that. And so these theories of truth are not put out there like, okay, now you've got to pick one of these. Well, they're not all trying to do the same thing. And one of the best giveaways of an amateur status in epistemology on the part of a Christian is when they say, now you've got to choose between the correspondence and the coherence theories of truth. The correspondence theory says that something is true when it corresponds to the facts. The coherence theory says something is true when it fits in a coherent theory. That is, it coheres with all the other things that we believe. And then you see Christians, I mean, especially in the 20th century, over and over again. You know, it's like the advantage of this over that. They're not even answering the same question. There's no need to choose between those two. The correspondence theory is giving us an explanation of the property, truth. The coherence theory is suggesting a way that we detect the presence of that property. So you don't really have to choose between them at all. All the theories of truth, nevertheless, have their drawbacks. For instance, the correspondence theory either rests on a crude and unworkable metaphor, or it speaks of correspondence with abstract entities which cannot be explained and individuated apart from reference to true propositions. Now, you wanted it kicked into gear, so now we're kicking it. Let me go back and explain that. The correspondence theory, on the one hand, might rest on a crude, unworkable metaphor that true sentences parallel or picture the extramental world. Stop and think about it, though. Do sentences picture the extramental world? I've yet to see a sentence that looks anything like a red Corvette. There are true sentences about red Corvettes, but they don't look like red Corvettes. So why do you say they correspond? So I say, there's one interpretation, which is easily dismissed as a crude metaphor. But if you don't follow the crude metaphor, then you're talking about correspondence between a sentence and an abstract entity. And those abstract entities have been described as states of affairs or facts. You have to put your thinking hats on here now. Have you ever something? A fact is not something that you can touch. I know we in common parlance say, we're going to go out there and I'm going to show you the facts right outside the door, young man. But, well, we're going to see the world right outside the door, but the fact is the statement of what is true outside the door. Okay? It's a abstract state of affairs. Now, when I say truth is the property of a proposition or statement corresponding to an abstract state of affairs, how can I explain that correspondence between a verbal expression and an abstract state of affairs unless I know how to individuate states of affairs? What does it mean to individuate? It means to separate and to discern, to see the difference between one thing and another. Are all states of affairs the same? Is the state of affairs of eating Chinese food the same state of affairs as eating Mexican food? No. Well, how do you individuate those states of affairs? Well, any attempt to individuate those states of affairs is going to require you to refer to true propositions. Okay? One of the things that individuates the state of affairs of eating Chinese food is that that's what Dr. Bonson did today, and eating Mexican food is something he did not do today. So one is true, the other is not. Anybody uncomfortable? Correspondence theory of truth states that a proposition is true when it corresponds to a state of affairs. Next question, just any state of affairs? No. The true states of affairs. And so the correspondence theory of truth requires you to know what truth is before you can define what truth is. It's not helpful at all then, it turns out. Correspondence theory of truth, beyond the verbal provision of synonyms for English expressions or other natural language expressions about truth, doesn't really help us at all, unless it's a crude metaphor. For most people, sadly, for many apologists, I think that's all it is. It's just a crude metaphor, and it doesn't work. And yet we all know what's being asserted when people say a thing is true when it corresponds to the facts, when it corresponds to the world. But trying to make sense out of that, to offer a theory by which we can state that, has seemed very slippery and difficult for philosophers. Similarly, the coherence theory relies on the premise that two inconsistent propositions cannot both be true. The coherence theory of truth says a proposition is true when it coheres with all other beliefs that we hold or things that we know. Well, that assumes, at a more primitive state, that a proposition is accepted as true when it coheres because two things that conflict with each other cannot both be true. If you didn't start with that assumption that two propositions that conflict with each other cannot both be true, the coherence theory couldn't get off the ground. What's the difficulty? Well, that means I have to know what truth is before I can state the coherence theory of truth. The coherence theory cannot pick out for me what truth means because I'm relying on an understanding of truth in order to state it. The pragmatic theory of truth says that true sentences are corroborated by their practical results. John Dewey said that the meaning of a sentence is its practical outworking in life. A sentence is its cash value. What does it call for me to do? And if a sentence whose meaning is the practical effects, if that sentence helps me to be successful, those practical effects are beneficial, then the sentence is true. The pragmatic theory of truth says that a sentence is corroborated by practical results. Of course, that theory of truth presupposes that we know in advance what results should truly be expected from any sentence. But if we have to know which events would truly be expected, we already have a theory of truth before we apply the pragmatic theory of truth. Want me to illustrate that? Helps put some flesh on these bones, right? Here's my sentence. Here's what I am going to believe. I believe that I'm in the Rocky Mountains right now. Well, one of the things that would be cash value for being in the Rocky Mountains right now is that if I go outside, I'll see bears. I mean, there are other things too, but let's just use that one. Okay? Now, how do I know that that is truly what to be expected if I'm in the Rocky Mountains? Well, I have to already know what is true before I can practically test, then, the proposition. What if it turns out I'm, in fact, in Australia and I go outside and not knowing any better, I think wallabies are bears? Then I would have pragmatically verified that I am, in fact, in the Rocky Mountains when, as I just said, I'm really in Australia. You already have to have some idea of what is true and what to expect before the practice. Formal languages are not the languages that we use in informal discourse. Informal languages are like English, Chinese, French, German, what have you. A formal language is something closer to logic or algebra. It's a language that enables us to regiment what we say about another language or another level of discourse. And on the semantic theory, we need to use a formal language. We need to distinguish between the object language and the meta-language in which, in the meta-language, we speak of the truth of the object language. Well, if you have to have a formal language of that meta-linguistic sort, then your theory is going to remain unworkable and inapplicable in the natural languages of English, German, French, so forth, where truth claims are normally debated. And so the semantic theory is just impractical and for our present purposes. The performative theory of truth holds that asserting a sentence is true is not to ascribe any property to it at all, but rather to perform the action of offering personal reassurance or confirmation regarding it. That is, when I say this sentence is true, I'm not ascribing a property to it. I'm just saying go ahead and believe it. I'm performing the function of reassurance when I say is true after a proposition. That's the performative theory of truth. Of course, this notion is both unhelpful, offering reassurance of what, if not of the truth of the proposition, and it's linguistically inaccurate. It's just not the case that we use is true in that reassuring way. Every statement made by Napoleon was true. Now, in that case, I'm ascribing a property to the statements, and I cannot be properly rephrased as saying every statement made by Napoleon, I confirm it. See, it just doesn't fit in the many cases where we use the locution is true to say that I'm functioning to offer reassurance rather than ascribing a property to it. Well, so we have all these theories of truth, right? Correspondence, you want this in your notes, fellas, if you're going to take the exam. Correspondence, coherence, pragmatic, semantic, performative, and they all have their problems. What's the Christian say is true? A Christian understands more fundamentally than any of these that truth is whatever conforms to the mind of God. Truth is whatever conforms to the mind of God. And that definition or understanding of truth accounts for the Bible applying the term true or truth not only to the facts. There are propositions or assertions that the Bible says are true. After all, the facts are predetermined by the mind of God, right? That's what the Bible teaches us. So the truth is whatever corresponds to the mind of God, whatever corresponds to what he has predetermined. But it also accounts for what is eternal and absolute. Sometimes the Bible tells us that God himself is truth. Jesus claimed that, didn't he? I am the way, the truth, and the life. How can Jesus be the truth? He's not even a proposition. Well, Jesus is the truth because he corresponds to the mind of God, doesn't he? In fact, the Bible tells us he is the mind of God. He's the Logos of God. And the Bible also speaks of the truth as that which is ethically right. We are to walk in the truth. Walking in the truth is more than saying true things when we talk. Walking in the truth is a very broad and rich concept in the Bible. It means walking in the character of God, being godly in all aspects of our behavior, not just verbal or intellectual. Now, there's another concept that you have to be familiar with. I hate to run through all these things so quickly, but at best I can give you a flavor of what you need to know philosophically, and that's the concept of having evidence. Knowing, believing, truth, and evidence. We've said that for someone to know a proposition, at least two conditions must be met. The person must believe the proposition in question, and the proposition must be true. However, even this is an inadequate analysis of knowledge. At first sight, it might seem that if we believe what is in fact true, then we have knowledge. But on further reflection, to define knowledge as true belief proves to be far too broad. The reason for this is that true beliefs can sometimes be arrived at by invalid means. True beliefs can be arrived at from false premises or without requisite regard for evidence at all. Let me give you some examples. Suppose that Sam believes that in 1985, the initials of the President of the United States were RR. But add to this that Sam believes the claim because he believes that Roy Rogers was president in 1985. The specimen sentence is indeed true since Ronald Reagan was president in 85, but no one would credit Sam with knowing it to be true because Sam takes RR to be Roy Rogers. Likewise, if Sam looks at a clock which is not in fact running, but looks at the clock at the very moment when the hands are pointing to the correct time, Sam does not in such circumstances gain knowledge of what time it is. You have to emphasize the word knowledge. If you ask Sam, what time is it? He says 3:20, and it just so happens to be 3:20. What he believes is true, but does he have a good reason for believing it? Now, he thinks he does, and in ordinary circumstances, we might all say that he does. But when we find out that the clock is in fact not running and it just happens to be stopped at 3:20, he doesn't have good reason for believing that at all. What if Sam misremembers the testimony of a liar? The liar says, "We're not going to meet at the store tonight." And Sam doesn't remember it, and he drops the word "not" out of that. Since the person was lying so that Sam wouldn't come to the store at that time, he comes to the store because he remembers it as, "We're going to meet at the store tonight." Rather, "We're not going to meet at the store tonight." If you misremember the testimony of a liar so that what you believe happens to be true, would we say that you knew that they were going to meet that night? No, doesn't follow at all. In all these cases, Sam's beliefs are based on false, apparent reasons. Other people believe some things which turn out to be true, but for no reason whatsoever. They follow some alternative at a venture without any rational means of deciding to do so. There are people, you know, who are just sure they're going to win the lottery, and then they do. I mean, it's really a sign of philosophical naivete when somebody says, see, they really knew, because it happened. You say, no, wait, what was the rational evidence that they had that they were going to win the lottery? It doesn't make any difference. They won. They were just sure they were going to win. Well, that doesn't count as knowledge. Beliefs which are arbitrarily adopted or based upon faulty grounds or sheer wishful thinking, when they turn out to be true, still don't qualify as instances of knowing. And so what is the additional ingredient you have to have? If you're going to have a case of knowing, you have to have a belief. You have to, secondly, have a belief that is true. What do you have to add to that in order for it to count as knowledge? Well, it must be substantiated, supported, or we will say justified by evidence. Knowledge is true belief held on adequate grounds rather than held fallaciously or haphazardly. Knowledge is true belief held on adequate grounds rather than fallaciously or haphazardly. To put it traditionally, knowledge is justified true belief. Justified true belief. Now, it should be noted here that by justified, we mean that the person actually has sound reasons, good evidence, not simply that he thinks his...
This message is continued on the next tape. This message is a continuation of the previous tape.
will benefit his patient. Epistemologically speaking, though, if advances in research correct certain ideas taught in medical school, or if the journal articles prove to be based on fraudulent research reports, we would say the doctor's belief was not, after all, justified. As he may have been justified to prescribe it, socially speaking, but epistemologically it wasn't justified because it wasn't based on good evidence, after all. So then, the human enterprise which we honor with the name knowledge, or science in the broadest sense, pursues the goal of eliminating personal prejudice, unreasoning conjecture, and distorting bias in our beliefs. Accordingly, having a warrant for one's beliefs is essential to knowledge. And that explains why the issue of justification has always been a critical one throughout the history of the theory of knowledge. When and how are claims that we make well-founded? How do we acquire, or what is the source of, reliable beliefs? On what basis is intellectual authority conferred upon our ideas? By what standard are our judgments to be evaluated? How do we know that we know? Philosophers have found it difficult to agree on a general description of what would count as good, adequate, or justifying evidence for beliefs. So in a little while we'll be looking at the history of rationalism, empiricism, transcendentalism, pragmatism, and so forth. Philosophers haven't always agreed on what amounts to justifying evidence for beliefs. Regardless of those disputes over how you warrant what you believe, knowledge is to be taken as a true belief for which one has good evidence. For which one has good evidence. Of course, it's one thing to have good evidence for a belief, that is, to be in possession of good evidence, and it's another thing to realize, that is, to acknowledge to oneself, or be able to give that evidence to others. sometimes you can have things which you can't give to others. Did you know that? It would be simplistic to take it as a universal truth that a person doesn't have something unless he realizes it. Can you have cancer without realizing it? Can you have money without realizing it? Sure. Would it be true to say you can't have something if you can't give it to others? No. Sometimes you have insecurity, don't you? And you can't give that insecurity to other people. Sometimes you have incentive, and you can't give that incentive to other people. Sometimes you have a good reputation. You can't give your good reputation to other people. Obviously, we have direct experiences while we cannot give those direct experiences to others. Somebody might have a direct experience of the snows of Kilimanjaro, but I can't give that direct experience to you. And even some beliefs which we may not be able to give to others are something that we have. I may believe that the Republican candidate is the best man for office, but all I do will not allow me to give that belief to you. So this having and giving, having and realizing relationships shouldn't be overgeneralized or oversimplified. It's one thing to have good evidence for a belief and another thing to realize you have it or to be able to give it to other people. People often know more than they are able to say. Now, this is going to be crucial to presuppositional apologetics, so I'd like you to get that sentence in your notes. People often know more than they are able to say. Sometimes this is because a person who is unquestionably in a position to know, like a medical doctor with a long, successful career, may be unable to formulate for himself or others the precise reason or evidence for believing something. And yet the judgment that is held by this medical doctor has arisen from his perception of relevant factors and not in some mystical fashion. That is to say, sometimes doctors can know what to do because of long experience, but when you say, now how did you know that, they're not able to tell you quite. Sometimes we run into females who repeatedly have intuitions that prove to be confirmed about human character. And say, I don't think you should trust that person. You know? Men especially tend to get real irritated about that. I say, well, why not? What's the evidence? We're saying, what's the reason? I just can't tell you. Now, does that mean that it's mystical? Not at all. That's not my theory of intuition. What it means is that women are sensitive to certain things. I don't know that it is this, but to give you an idea of the kind of thing it might be, sometimes they pick up something about body language that men don't. And yet they don't know that it's that specific feature or some argument about people who look that way or act that way, but they just, from their long experience of people in the human race, they've come not to trust people who do that sort of thing. And so sometimes you can have a reason for what you believe, even though you're not able to state that reason or to formulate it precisely and clearly. Then again, having evidence for some proposition is a matter of having a certain kind of belief, a belief which, among other things, functions for the person to support a further belief. That is, to have evidence for something is to have a belief about X which functions to support another belief that you have. Yet not all of a person's beliefs are acknowledged to himself. Not all of our beliefs are inwardly assented or given conscious attention, because no one can mentally entertain all of his beliefs simultaneously. Try it, right? I want you to take everything you believe and think about it right now. Think about all of them right now. It can't be done. Sometimes some of our beliefs are too painful to face. Sometimes some are too trivial are too commonly assumed to even focus on. And so to maintain that introspection invariably accompanies every belief, or that self-awareness is essential to believing a proposition, or that assenting is a logically necessary symptom of all belief, is really to erect artificial terminological rules which can serve only to screen off from ourselves the complexity of human nature and human behavior. And thus we may sometimes have evidence, beliefs supporting beliefs, which we do not realize or are not able to give to others. To put this another way, we may sometimes know something without knowing that we know it. I don't want to make that normative, I don't want to make that paradigmatic, but I do want to make that possible. Sometimes we know something without knowing that we know it. All right. So these are the four key notions in epistemology that I think you should have some introduction to. Knowing, believing, truth, and justification, or having evidence for something. Again, because apologetics is at the heart, because epistemology is at the heart of apologetics, and because there continue to be significant disagreements between men over these epistemological questions, the apologist must begin with a clear and firm understanding of his own position as a Christian on the nature of knowledge, belief, truth, and justification. He must know his distinctive Christian convictions touching on the theory of knowledge. If you are muddled or mistaken about those basic epistemological issues, when it comes time to defend the faith, you will not be clear and effective. In fact, you will likely resort to argumentative tactics that, in fact, don't comport with the system of truth that you're trying to vindicate. If you're not aware of the epistemology that you should have, then you don't know whether your defense of the faith comports with the faith defended. And so that's why we're going to need to now go even deeper into these philosophical and epistemological issues so that you might learn how beliefs affect. All right, we understand that everybody has a philosophy of life. Everybody develops a worldview, and we've seen something of the key issues within a worldview and the basic options that are available as to worldviews that are out there. We've secondly looked specifically at epistemological issues which are crucial to the defense of the faith. We might understand what we mean when we speak of knowing something, believing something, having truth, having good evidence, and so forth. The real issue is now, what epistemology should you use? What approach to justifying beliefs should you use? And I want to take a lot shorter time than I had wished, but I would like to at least selectively go through the history of epistemology from the 16th century on to give you some idea of why the Apostle Paul knew what he was talking about when he says, hasn't God made foolish the wisdom of this world? You should also be familiar with the history of epistemology, once again, so you know what some of the moves, possible strategies, and options are for a person's theory of knowledge. And so we'll probably do better if I get away from my notes and just try to do this off the cuff. Let's begin with number one, continental rationalism. It's known as continental rationalism because the philosophers of this school of thought came from the continent of Europe. And there are three in particular that we think of here. René Descartes, who was a French Jesuit scholar. Benedict Spinoza, who is a Dutch Jewish scholar. And Leibniz, who was a German Protestant scholar. Now, the continental rationalists all maintained that there are certain clear and indisputable propositions that we know totally apart from experience. As Descartes said, there are clear and distinct ideas which all men have. They are innate to them, and they are necessarily true because all men have them naturally. And they are clear in the sense that they don't waver. They are not doubtful. They are indubitable propositions. Clear and distinct. They're not confused with other things. There's no question about them being true because we directly encounter their truth when we encounter them. We clearly and distinctly perceive them to be true, and so they are necessary and they are universally true. And it's in terms of these clear and distinct ideas that we go on to prove or to evaluate everything else that we believe. Maybe we don't believe everything else with the same degree of clarity and distinctness. Not everything we believe has the same degree of indubitableness about it. But everything else we're going to believe must be tested against this benchmark of the clear and distinct ideas. And here's the clear and distinct idea. I think, therefore I am. That looks pretty unassailable, doesn't it? Until Bertrand Russell points out, well, actually you're begging the question there. All you're saying is, I'm having an experience, and to have the experience, I have to assume that I exist. But you haven't proved that you exist by having the experience and assuming that you're having the experience. There are other problems with these clear and distinct ideas. Spinoza worked out a virtual geometric system about reality from his clear and distinct ideas, his axioms that were supposed to be indubitable at the beginning. And when Spinoza was done, his view of reality was contrary to Descartes' view of reality. Descartes was a dualist. He believed in mind and matter. Spinoza said mind and matter are the same thing, spoken of under different ways of thinking. Spinoza was, in fact, a monist, a pantheist. Nature and God, he said, are two different ways of speaking the same thing. So Descartes is a dualist. Spinoza is a monist. Leibniz was a pluralist. Leibniz believed that reality is made up of an infinite number of centers of self-conscious energy. We laugh at that until we look at modern particle physics and we say, interesting, not too much, in general theory, unlike what many people want to say today. But he thought these were monads that had self-consciousness, but at different levels of consciousness. Rock monads, there's not a whole lot of mental activity going on. There's some. But anyway, everything in this world is made up of different kinds of monads. But each monad is windowless. That is to say, it has no interaction with other monads. And so it's a very bizarre theory. It'd be fun to look at if we could go through the history of philosophy. And maybe I can recommend that you get my tape series on the history of philosophy for all of this that we're going to be looking at, but for this as well. I go into more detail. Now, what do we want to say about continental rationalism and about all rationalist schemes of epistemology? All rationalist schemes of epistemology say we begin with certain indubitable propositions, certain things that no one can doubt, that are universally and necessarily true. And from that, we can build up our knowledge of the world. Well, in the case of the continental rationalist, everybody had clear and distinct, indubitable ideas at the beginning, and what they built up was a metaphysic that was dualistic on one hand, monistic on another, and atomistic on yet another. How clear and distinct, how indubitable does this rationalism look then? Of course, there was a great deal of scorn heaped upon the rationalists because they were so cocksure that by using their minds and reflecting they could get to the nature of reality, when in fact all they did is have irresolvable conflicts among themselves as to what reality is. So much for the indubitable starting point, see? The British empiricists, on the other hand, said, we don't begin with any kind of stuff in our mind to begin with. We don't have these clear and distinct ideas with which we begin our reasoning and our learning about the world. In fact, John Locke said, When we start out, our mind is a tabula rasa, a blank tablet. There's nothing there, and then experience is, as it were, what writes upon the tablet of our mind. So that everything that we know and everything that is to be meaningful must be traced ultimately to that experience or those sensations that gave rise to the idea or ideas. And Locke, at that point in the development of British empiricism, said that we have the idea, for instance, of a substance. I am a substance. I am an enduring identity. There's something that gives identity to me over time. And this substance has qualities that are in it. Or if you will, like pins in a pin cushion, you have a substance, the pin cushion, and then various qualities. At one time, I was a certain height, and then that quality is taken out, and the substance now takes another when I grew up and got taller. I was once a certain weight, and now I'm heavier. I once had particular head of hair, and now I'm losing it, or it's getting gray, or what have you. So there is a substance that has enduring identity, but the qualities in that substance change. Well, what's the substance then? And Locke said, I know not what. It's an I know not what. It has to be that which receives the qualities and holds them together. Deadly, deadly mistake. Bishop Berkeley came along. He too wanted to be an empiricist. Everything that we know traces back to our experiences. Berkeley said, however, we never have an experience of physical substance. You say, how can he say that? Well, because in order for us to experience something, it has to be what? In the mind. Those that have no mind that's running don't have any experiences. And so, even though you may think you can prove that there's physical substance out there by hitting this desk, he says all you're doing there is you're having what? A sensation hitting the desk. Now, where's the sensation? It's in the mind. And so you never get beyond the ideas of the mind. Berkeley, the empiricist, is one of the strangest versions of empiricism, of course, in history, but as an empiricist, he says the only thing that's real are ideas, the activity of the mind. Because that's where we have our phenomenal experiences. And so here you have somebody who has dismissed physical substance. There is no physical world that we can know, because everything we know is based on our experience. All of our experience is within the mind, and therefore the only thing we know is mental things. David Hume comes along after that, and he says, well, you made an exception for spiritual substance. I'm not willing to make that exception. We don't know any spiritual substances either. What would be a spiritual substance? Well, God would be a spiritual substance. Well, we have no sensation of God. But you know what? We also have no sensation of ourselves, do we? Not of ourselves as enduring substances, we don't. Hume said the only thing you can know is your present experience. And your present experience is made up of discrete sensations. And therefore, I never experience the I that has experiences. Everyone with me here? According to Hume, what I am is nothing more but a bundle of perceptions. A bundle of perceptions. There's no person here that perceived something when he woke up this morning and took a shower and went to lunch and taught the class and so forth. I don't perceive that enduring I, the subject of the sentence, I'm getting up, I'm taking a shower, I'm eating my food. I never experience the I or the subject. I only experience the experience. And therefore, what am I? Hume said at best, all these disjointed experiences bundled together. Of course, to be honest with you, he was cheating when he said that, too. Because when he said it's a bundle of experience, we don't experience any bundling of our experiences. So here you have an empirical approach to knowledge. All of the things we know must trace back to some kind of observation or sensation. And what it has led to, in its most consistent and rigorous application, is skepticism. Hume said, I don't even know who the subject of knowledge is. Who is the knower that's having these experiences? Not only that, I don't experience any continuing identity in this desk. This desk is always changing. I'm not always watching it. I only have this experience, this experience, this experience. But on Hume's view of the world, there's no connection between our experiences, either in me or out there. And let's take this a step further. Hume said, when I see two events that are correlated with each other, I have no way of knowing that there's a necessary relationship between them. All right? When you put vinegar and soda together and cork it, what happens? Shake it up. Okay, hydrogen gas is released. Pressure is put against the cork, and eventually, poof, comes off, right? Now, every time we've ever done that in the past, that's been the outcome. Vinegar, soda, pop. Vinegar, soda, pop. Vinegar, soda, pop. Vinegar, soda, pop. Now, do we know that there's a necessary connection between vinegar and soda and the popping of the cork off the whatever beaker was held there? Hume said, no, we don't know that. All we know is that in the past, we have event A and event B. Event A, event B. In order to say that vinegar and soda caused the cork to come out of the beaker, we'd have to know that that relationship is a necessary relationship. But it's only a necessary relationship if it will happen in the future as well as in the past. But we don't know if it's going to happen in the future. For all we know, tomorrow we put vinegar and soda together and nothing happens to the cork. And so there's no continuity in physical objects that we observe. There's no continuity in the subject that's having the observations. And there's no continuity in history. Now, this is the strict application of empiricism, because we don't observe continuity, right? Even those of you who believe that the vinegar and soda will cause the cork to, pop out tomorrow, you don't see a causal relationship. You don't see the causation. You see one event, you see another event, and you see the outcome. But you don't see the connection between them. Moreover, you don't see the connection between the various moments of this desk. And you don't see the connection between the various moments of you as an experiencer of things. Everything is loose and discrete out there, according to Hume. And we only know the things we can observe, so we don't observe any unifying principles. So we don't know substance in the external world, we don't know substance in the internal world, and we don't know causation. Conclusion, we don't know anything. All we do is have habits of mind. We cannot rationally justify the things that we believe. So continental rationalism says you begin with indubitable premises, and from them you can build up your view of the world. But that led to skepticism. Because, after all, the different conclusions to which people come stand in logical contradiction to each other. British empiricism says, get away from these ideas in the mind with which you begin. Just go out and observe the world. Base everything on observation. With Hume, that leads to skepticism. We can't know anything because we don't observe the connections, the unifying principles between objects or the person that experiences the objects or the events of history. This doesn't do a whole lot for man's pride at the time of the Enlightenment, During the years of British empiricism and continental rationalism, it was assumed that man's autonomous mind could do it all. It was sufficient to itself. Just give man enough time to be educated and to think clearly, and he could solve all problems. And lo and behold, His pride was humbled. His intellect was humbled, philosophically speaking. Immanuel Kant said that David Hume awakened him from his dogmatic slumbers. And in reading Hume, he realized this task of philosophy is a lot more difficult than I had thought. The rationalists are not reliable. The empiricists have taught us something valuable, not to rest on just these, preconceived ideas in our mind, but they've been led to skepticism too. So how can we save a knowledge of, let's say, causation? And Kant's answer to Hume's skepticism is, on the one hand, in general principle, brilliant. In fact, his approach to the rationalist and empiricist is going to parallel Van Til's approach to apologetics. On the other hand, Kant's answer was a total failure because it could not rescue the objectivity of knowledge. Here's the way Kant answered the problem. How can we know that there's a causal connection between our experiences in the world? Kant said, because whenever sensation comes into us, into our mind, the mind imposes categories on that sensation to make it intelligible. Sensations would not of themselves amount to anything. We wouldn't know what to do with them or how to think about them if the mind did not form them for us. And so the mind does the work of making raw data sensible to us, intelligible to us. To be intelligible, it has to be amenable to reason. To be amenable to reason, it must be causal. And so here's the answer to Hume's skepticism. The mind imposes the category of causation on everything. We always look for the cause of an event because our mind thinks that way. Now, when we think about Kant's strategy, did Kant go out and find a better, clear and distinct idea than Descartes in order to save causation? Was Kant really a rationalist here? No, he wasn't being rational. His form of proving something was not to out-rationalize the rationalist. Well, was Kant really being empirical here? Was he saying, well, I've got an observation that you've overlooked, Hume or Locke or anybody else, and based on my empirical research, I can demonstrate the principle of causality? No. He said the principle of causality is the precondition of the intelligibility of my experience. It's the precondition of the intelligibility of my experience, and that's what's known as transcendental reasoning.
Please turn the cassette over at this time.
Transcendental reasoning argues about what must be true in order to make sense of our experience. What must be true in order to make sense of our experience. To say that you have convinced me of a certain controversial proposition, to make sense out of that, to be intelligible that you have convinced me of a certain controversial proposition, I have already presupposed that you and I are separate minds. To utter that sentence already presupposes your identity as distinct from my identity. You follow that? We're not talking about a clear and distinct idea, some indubitable starting point, and we're not talking about some observation. We're talking about what is necessary to make sense of the statement. What is presupposed when I say, you have convinced me of this controversial proposition? What is the precondition of the intelligibility of that proposition? And Kant said the precondition for the intelligibility of human experience is that events that have been related in the past with this kind of correlation will continue to be so in the future. It would not be an intelligible world unless we thought in terms of causation. Now, the reason why Kant's answer is inadequate is because, according to Kant, he finds the preconditions of intelligibility in the human mind, right? But that presupposes that the way my mind works is the same as the way your mind works. How could Kant know that? He couldn't. He hadn't given us, therefore, an objective answer to David Hume's skepticism. He offered nothing more but a psychologized answer to David Hume's skepticism. That is, he psychologized causation. Causation's not in the objective world. It's part of my psychology. I've got to think this way. He internalizes it and therefore doesn't really answer the problem. Because David Hume had said, I think in terms of causation, but it's just a psychological habit. Kant turned around and said, oh, it's a psychological habit, so there's the proof of causation. Well, he hadn't proved anything. He just succumbed to the skepticism of Hume. And, of course, Kant's been kicked all over the map since the time in which he proposed this, because all studies of different cultural differences between people in their concept formation have a tendency to do what? To completely splatter the notion that the way my mind thinks is the way all minds think. Many people argue concept formation, say in an African culture of the 19th century, is not the same as concept formation in a British culture in the 20th century. We have different category schemes, different expectations. And so Kant has the general idea right. We need to find the preconditions for intelligibility, but he doesn't have the preconditions of intelligibility because he goes not to God for the answer, but where? To man's mind. You see that autonomous obsession with man being at the center all over again, don't you? Descartes said, I don't know about God, but I do know that I exist. God comes in after I'm sure. The empiricists say God can be proved. Locke thought God could be brought in on the basis of evidence, but the first evidence is that I'm having evidence. I'm having sensations or observations. Kant says the only way you can save knowledge is by looking for the preconditions of intelligibility, and they're found in man. What we'll see, particularly tomorrow when we get around to developing presuppositional apologetical method, as Van Til said, the preconditions of intelligibility are found in God and his revelation. In light of what God is and what he's revealed to us, then we can make sense of knowledge and science and logic and human freedom and personality. But outside of that framework, I don't think people have an answer to the problems of David Hume and the skepticism that results. Okay, so Kant's transcendentalism is something of a formal model or a hint of our approach to apologetics, but Kant himself didn't provide any such answer, anything that would be absolute. And so Hegel said, let me see if I can do better. Hegel offers a very complex rationalistic philosophy that attempts to make sense of the development of the human mind and the development of human history. And he says they in fact parallel each other. That the outworking of thinking is in fact the outworking of history as well. That the grand idea is evolving dialectically both within our minds and in the world of history. And one day, the subject of knowing, the mind going through that dialectic, and the object of knowing, nature that's going through that dialectic, will in fact be one. And there'll be no subject-object distinction. Now, I've got to be saying things that at least those of you who are amateurs in philosophy are saying, what on earth is he talking about? Good for you. My evaluation of Hegel, I try to do some justice to him in my history of philosophy course and explain it. And I've had some students have flattered me and said, you've come the closest to making sense of this guy of anybody I've heard. That may be more flattery than I deserve. So I do try hard, though, to make this sensible. But the bottom line is, Hegel's rational attempt to unify all of experience turns out to be pretentious nonsense, I think. his whole attempt to discuss everything in terms of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, though it has an insight that's helpful, that many times our way of conceptualizing things is only an approximation of the truth and needs correction, that's fine to say. But to say that that's the whole grand process of nature and of reasoning and they'll all be one day calls for, I think, some real slipshod thinking on his part, which is well hidden behind an ornate vocabulary. Pretentious nonsense when all is said and done. Not many people were willing to go with Hegel who were analytically minded, but those who had a kind of sloganizing approach and a grandiose approach to philosophy developed schools of Hegelian thought after Hegel and so forth, and it lives on even into the 20th century. But it's not really much of a challenge for modern epistemology. Well, in the 19th century, if you didn't follow Hegel, if you didn't want to affirm rationality on the grand scale, then your approach to philosophy tended to be non-cognitive. And so you know who competes with Hegel in the 19th century? Well, Schopenhauer. Schopenhauer hated the rationalism of Hegel. He said man's intellect is not reliable. It distorts things. It is not big enough really to understand things. And we need to realize that the mind of man is in fact subject to other forces, particularly will. The world as will and idea. Schopenhauer wrote this book to demonstrate that what's at the real basis of reality is assertiveness, so that the mind of man, though we can't avoid using it, sadly, the mind of man is really subject to non-mental forces, like our desires and other factors. Indeed, all of reality is a surge of will. The whole world is an expression of the will to be. And the way in which we come to know things then is not by rational techniques, but by mystical intuition. Follow your heart. Follow your intuitions, Schopenhauer said. And to follow your intuitions and escape the blind driving thrust of will in the world, then you must follow an intuition that leads to the destruction of your individuality. And so Schopenhauer is one of the first Western philosophers to give a great endorsement to Hindu thought. Schopenhauer said we need to follow the East. Turn off your mind. Float downstream. It is dying. He said we do need to die. He said some people can die in artistic contemplation. In the moment of the perception of beauty, they just forget their individuality, and there's no more striving. There's just the resting in the beauty of the moment. But he said ultimately we need to follow the mystics of old. Yow! This hurts, doesn't it? Here's this long history of rationalism, and Schopenhauer turns it right back to the East and says, no, let's go with the mystics and the intuition of Hinduism. Another version of non-cognitivism in the 19th century was the Romantic movement. The Romantics distrusted the Enlightenment. They distrusted the rationalists. They said, you know, the mind just distorts reality. You need to feel it. You know, turn off your mind and feel it, baby. That's what you've got to do. Reality is bigger than your mind. And you get in touch with it by kind of following the vibrations, you know. Not that anybody called it specifically that, but it's the sense that, you know, I just go out there and I try to turn off my rational mind and just absorb the experience of it all. That's the Romantic approach. We've got to be free. We've got to be creative. Don't be tied in with disciplined inquiry and rational requirements. What did one Romantic poet say? What's consistency but the hobgoblin of little minds? Who cares about consistency? Give me experience. And in the 19th century, we have Soren Kierkegaard, the existentialist. Says you can't trust Hegel and those rationalists and so forth. You need to be an individual. You may notice in all rational schemes of philosophy, the individual's gobbled up in the universal. You are not just an instance of a general rational principle working its way out in principle. You are an individual. You have reality in and of yourself. And the most important thing is that you assert yourself. The most important thing is that you exercise your free will and authenticate yourself and be loyal to your commitments. And so rationalism is dying in the 19th century, though you have the Hegelians over here. They're losing it to the non-cognitivists like Schopenhauer, go back to the East, the Romantics, turn off your mind and have the grand experience of things, and the voluntarists like Kierkegaard. And then, of course, the greatest non-cognitivist of all, Friedrich Nietzsche, who said, everything in this world's interpretation. We never have reality. Everything's text. Nothing's real. And therefore, man cannot know any absolute truth, and all philosophers are nothing but junky lawyers. He said all they're doing is trying to argue for their point of view. There's like, paid, mouths for some point of view. But no one knows what they're talking about. And there aren't any objective values. There isn't any objective truth. There can't be objective truth because we can never get to reality. Everything's text instead. And so what you have to do is assert your own values. There are no objective values. At least Kierkegaard thought that there were values. He tried to be, I don't think in the genuine Orthodox sense, but a Christian. He wanted to affirm Christianity. Nietzsche said, if nobody knows anything, we're not going to be cognitivists, then you need to make up your own values. God's dead. You be God. You assert your own values, live for yourself. The will to power is the only thing we know. Well, so much for epistemology, right? The 19th century has brought us to the same kind of desperate, despairing situation as the end of the Enlightenment. And after we take our afternoon break, we'll come back and I'll quickly look at the 20th century to point out that the major developments there don't give us a whole lot more help. The conclusion that I'm driving toward is, hasn't God made foolish the wisdom of this world? When I talk to somebody about the truth of Christianity, and we get beyond the details to the underlying philosophy of life that governs how you approach the details, I always want to know, what school of thought are you going to use to try to oppose Christianity? Where are you going to turn? The Ghostbusters, right? I guess people think there's a Ghostbusters out there philosophically. People just think there's somebody we can go to get rid of the demons. And there isn't. Let's take a break.
This recording is distributed by Covenant Media Foundation, a nonprofit educational organization. Unauthorized reproduction of this tape is strictly prohibited. A free catalog of the Foundation's tapes and articles. This message was delivered by Dr. Greg L. Bonson, scholar in residence at the Southern California Center for Christian Studies in Irvine, California.
All right, we come to the 20th century now in our very selective and brief history of the theory of knowledge. Bertrand Russell, who is perhaps the most prolific of the 20th century philosophers, opened his own treatment of the problems of philosophy, published in 1912, with these words: "Is there any knowledge in the world which is so certain that no reasonable man could doubt it?" This question, which at first sight might not seem difficult, is really one of the most difficult that can be asked. When we have realized the obstacles in the way of a straightforward and confident answer, we shall be well launched on the study of philosophy. For philosophy is merely the attempt to answer such ultimate questions. Is there any knowledge in this world which is so certain that no reasonable man could doubt it? The theory of knowledge, epistemology, is a critical issue in philosophy, because we don't merely as philosophers ask what is reality and what moral obligations do we have. We ask, how do we know that this is real, and How do we know that we're obliged to live in this way? You could no more avoid the questions of epistemology in studying philosophy than a marine biologist could avoid the ocean. It's not the whole of philosophy, but it's the atmosphere of everything that we do. And so, is there any knowledge in the world which is certain? Can anything be known for sure? Is there an answer to the skeptic who says nobody knows anything? Questions like those have been a key motivation in the development of epistemology. The guiding spirit of the Vienna Circle and the founder of modern analytical philosophy, Morris Schlick, wrote in 1934 in the article The Foundation of Knowledge these words: "All important attempts at establishing a theory of knowledge grow out of the problem concerning the certainty of human knowledge. And this problem in turn originates in the wish for absolute certainty. The insight that the statements of daily life and science can at best be only probable has again and again stimulated philosophers since ancient times to search for an unshakable, indubitable foundation, a firm basis on which the uncertain structure of our knowledge could rest." Now, I want to make an observation about past philosophy in passing in light of this comment. Rationalism and empiricism and idealism and other schools of philosophy, not so much non-cognitivism, so you might want to exclude that, but the previous schools of philosophy are all known corporately as foundationalist approaches to knowledge. Foundationalist because they are looking for some final foundation, that upon which everything else can be built. Whether it's the clear and distinct ideas of the rationalist, or the indubitable observations of the empiricist, or the transcendental necessities of Kant and others, they're looking for some kind of foundation. And Morris Schlick says, over and over again, this is what has stimulated philosophers to seek an indubitable foundation. The search for a foundation for knowledge is pretty much interchangeable with the search for certainty in our knowing. In fact, one epistemologist has recently written, "The search for indubitable and infallible truths is therefore a common feature of traditional epistemology." Now, don't your ears perk up just a little when you hear that expression, infallible truths? The search for infallible truths, he says, is a common feature of traditional epistemology. Well, that's because all these men were looking for a foundation, for a foundation. What can someone be certain of? What justification is there for claims to knowing? Every philosopher, indeed every person, faces those disquieting questions because everyone, in one way or another, distinguishes between sense and nonsense, adjudicates conflicting claims to what is true, and acts upon fundamental convictions. And all of those evaluations implicitly have, as a theory of knowledge, some view of what we can be certain of. One doesn't decide whether to form an epistemological viewpoint and a theoretical basis for certainty or not. He simply chooses whether he'll do it self-consciously until we reach the 20th century. The foundationalist efforts to find infallible truths, a basis for certainty, which have preceded this century, have been superseded by two schools of thought that you need to be familiar with: pragmatism and linguistic analysis. John Dewey is I think perhaps the best illustration of the pragmatic school of thought, and Dewey wrote a book once on the quest for certainty. That's a traditional problem in the history of philosophy, the quest for certainty. But according to Dewey, in the quest for certainty, knowledge should no longer be understood in terms of theoretical justification. Knowledge should no longer be construed or conceptualized as theoretical justification of the things we believe. That is, knowledge should no longer be understood as the final answer to what can I be certain of, and then that's the foundation on which I build everything else that I believe. Dewey said knowledge should be understood more activistically in terms of man's struggle to adapt to his environment. Knowledge should be understood pragmatically, not theoretically. Pragma has to do with action or behavior. So it's not theory that we're interested in, but pragma, or activity. Someone should be said to know something when they successfully solve their problems in adjusting to the environment or responding to its problems. That's all that really counts. Who cares whether you can answer the silly theoretical issues of the skeptic? Who cares whether you can resolve the disputes between rationalists and empiricists and Kantians and Hegelians and all the rest? Dewey felt much like many of you might feel right now. He said, I'm sick and tired of all this academic stuff. It doesn't get anywhere anyway. All that matters is working out our problems. And so his pragmatic approach to epistemology has come to dominate in the 20th century, even among those who don't specifically endorse John Dewey's pragmatism in the specifics of his theory. Because pragmatism is both, now listen, is both a specific understanding of the meaning of terms, truth, and how they're justified, is a specific understanding of that, but it's also a more general approach to epistemology. The previous approaches to epistemology, with exceptions, are known today as foundationalist approaches. Approaches to epistemology that say we can't give a broad, general, systematic theory. We can only deal on detailed problems and work out specific difficulties, and we try to be practical, is known as a pragmatic approach. How do you justify your intellectual constructs? The pragmatic approach to philosophy says you justify it by accomplishing certain ends, by the success that you have. Now, I've got a major problem with pragmatism, the specific version, and pragmatism, the larger approach to philosophy. And I'm not really trying to cop out for you here, but I just don't have the time to go into all the details. I have written about it in an article, Pragmatism, Prejudice, and Presuppositionalism, that you'll find in the Foundations of Christian Scholarship. And so you can get more detail on this if that's your interest. But specifically, in the case of John Dewey, I have difficulties with his pragmatic approach to justifying knowledge claims because it's not descriptively accurate. It's not accurate to describe what we mean by an expression only in terms of its cash value or the way in which we would, in behavior, work out the meaning of it. There are many propositions whose meaning has nothing to do with my behavior or response at all. Now, what's the pragmatist going to do when his theory doesn't deal with all the stuff that's out there to describe? Well, what do people do when they get to the airport and they've tried to stuff too much in their bags and they have shirt sleeves and pant legs hanging out their suitcases? Well, you either have to open it up and reorganize your bag, which is to redo your philosophy. We already know people don't like to redo their closets. Or you take out a pair of scissors and you cut out anything that doesn't fit and say, hey, I'm ready to fly. That's what pragmatists do. When you point out to them that many of the things we talk about don't fit their scheme, what they do is they take out a pair of scissors and they just simply cut around the edge of the suitcase and say everything's fine now. Which is to say, what you want to talk about isn't meaningful anyway. You want to make meaning pragmatic behavioral consequences. I'm going to point to things whose meaning, where there isn't any behavioral pragmatic consequences, and they say, of course, that's nonsense. What you're talking about is empty of meaning. Isn't that clever? At lunch, I told the joke. It's probably apocryphal, but it does express accurately the character of Hegel's philosophy. Hegel had this grandiose, rational scheme for everything. And his scheme was supposed to account for the development of history of all things. Many of us would think, well, history has many adventitious, from a human standpoint, contingent variables in it. But for Hegel, everything in history is ultimately part of a rational scheme that's, working its way out. So one of his students is said to have pointed out to him, "Professor, the facts don't fit your scheme." To which Hegel replied, "Then the facts be hung." Because if anything is to be a fact, it must be rational. To be rational, it must fit the scheme. Since what you say doesn't fit the scheme, then hang it. It's an irrational, absurd thing anyway. And likewise, the pragmatist tells us anything that doesn't fit our approach, our pragmatic approach, is irrelevant. It's impractical. Secondly, the very notion of verification in pragmatism itself presupposes the traditional notion of truth and certainty in order to be workable. Because the pragmatist says the meaning of a sentence is its practical outworking, and sentences are true when they are confirmed, their predictions are confirmed, and they are valuable in solving our problems. But we can only know that the predictive element of a sentence is confirmed and helpful if we already know what it is for something to be true. When is something confirmed? It's confirmed when it matches up with the truth, right? And so it turns out that the pragmatist theory actually draws on the older theories of truth in order to be workable. And more generally, I would say that John Dewey's approach to the meaning and the verification of statements has involved in the very heart of it a contradiction or a tension between his view of the world and our way of thinking about the world. On the one hand, Dewey says everything is in flux, everything's changing all the time. On the other hand, he says, in order to know that something is true, you must follow scientific universal procedures that apply to everything. Now, does anybody feel uncomfortable? Do you feel the tension there? Everything's changing all the time except scientific procedures, except the standards of science. Well, if everything's changing, then apparently what is scientific is changing all the time too. And so Dewey can't have it both ways, a world of contingency and flux and a world of universals and order. So he has an internal tension in his philosophy. If time allows, by the end of today, I'll be going back and pointing out to you that every non-Christian worldview has that same kind of rational, irrational tension. Everything's irrational. It's in flux. There's no order. There's no unity. And yet there is order. There's a rational requirement that's unchanging, the scientific standards or procedures that are laid on everything. You can't have it both ways. And now let's look at pragmatism in the most general sense, not just Dewey's specific theory of meaning and truth and verification. But pragmatism more specifically says we should not be looking for certainty and a foundation for all other knowledge claims. We should rather be asking what approaches are beneficial for accomplishing our ends. You see, pragmatism is a consequentialist approach to the theory of knowledge. Things are known if you gain the consequences that you should. If the consequences, if you solve your problems, if you accomplish your ends, then what you're saying is true and it's an acceptable theory. Now, there's one thing that hasn't been asked, though, in all of this discussion, and that is, well, what consequences should we be looking for? What should our aims be? And pragmatism actually is smashed upon the rocks, theoretically, because it turns out there are so many different things that people say a true theory should be accomplishing. There are biological forms of pragmatism. We should be looking for the survival of the race. Whatever helps the race survive is what makes a theory true. But there are sociological versions of pragmatism too, that talk about what will get a particular class of people or a certain group in society ahead. That's what makes a theory true. Sociological theories of truth are very mean-spirited. You have communist theories of truth, right? Truth is whatever advances the purpose of the party. Okay? We have psychological pragmatic theories. Truth is whatever helps the individual to gain inner resolution and peace or adaptation to his environment. And I'm not going to bore you with the long list. I have another article on the objectivity of science that talks about various versions of pragmatism in our age. My point here is just there are so many of them. And so if pragmatism is consequentialist in its character as a philosophy, then it should tell us what consequence is the right one to pursue. But if you're a pragmatist, there's no way to answer that question, right? That already assumes you know what we should be achieving, the survival of the race, integration for the human psyche, or the advance of your particular social class, whatever it may be. So pragmatism departs from the traditional quest for certainty, eschewing theory, intellectual answers, in favor of practice, that which is practical, that which will gain success. But it doesn't tell us what we're supposed to be successful at. Analytic philosophy is another departure from the traditional big questions of epistemology. If I can put it very simply, analytical philosophy teaches that the best we can do is do a dissection and analysis of the way in which we use our language and try to work out the problems that have entered into our thinking because we've misused our ways of speaking. We've taken language out of its natural context and put it into an artificial context. To give you an example, when I ask you what time it is, you have no problem with the expression time. When I say, do we have time to finish this lecture? You have no question answering that, or at least knowing what I'm asking about. And on it goes. In daily life, we use the word time, and we all know what it means. It's not difficult whatsoever. But philosophers take time and rip it out of its ordinary language context, and they do funny theoretical things like say, what is time? And now, all of a sudden, I'm confused. It's very hard for me to give an answer. What is time? So maybe I shouldn't be using the word time. Ordinary language philosophy, analytical philosophers of that school of thought have taught us, don't get involved in these theoretical, really impractical questions, because the difficulty arises from taking language out of its ordinary setting in our social discourse and creating problems that don't exist at all. Ludwig Wittgenstein, in the second aspect of his career, said the job of the philosopher is to let the fly out of the fly bottle. Why do we have philosophical problems? You ever seen a fly in a fly bottle? You know, buzzing all over the place and bumping into the bottle and so forth. It's just all worked up. But if you take the top off and let the fly out, now it's free and everything, it calms down. Everything's fine. Philosophers are like the fly in the fly bottle. They can't work out all these problems because they've created an artificial environment for themselves. So he said, philosophy, the job of philosophy is therapy, basically. We need to let the fly out of the fly bottle. And the way we do that is we take our traditional philosophical problems and try to put things back into their ordinary discourse and do an analysis of the logic of ordinary discourse. Now, when Wittgenstein did this, with respect to the question of certainty in philosophy, he ended up making some observations about the nature of certainty as we use it in our language, which are very helpful. Some of his observations are very helpful. One that I've already referred to is Wittgenstein talks about certainty requiring a final rock bottom for everybody. He says everybody gets to the place where you've reached a point beyond which you cannot go. If this doesn't settle the issue for you, nothing will settle the issue for you. And then he points out as well, but that rock bottom is different for different people, or basically different linguistic communities. Some people have a form of life where what is rock bottom seems heretical to people who live this other form of life over here. That, too, as a description of the way in which people reason, I think is very helpful. Wittgenstein showed that essentially people have a worldview that governs their use of language. And the way in which language can be used and the way in which it's illegitimate to use language is governed by the central convictions of your worldview. That, too, very close to observations made by presuppositional apologists and very helpful. Sadly, for Wittgenstein, this led him to subjectivism. There is no objective universal truth out there. There's just the different ways people use language. Remember I said that Kant had psychologized causality? Well, now Wittgenstein has, in a sociological sense, psychologized certainty. He does understand the function of the word in our language, but he doesn't think there's any objective certainty out there. There's just one man yelling at another man, heretic. Paul said, where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where's the debater of this age? Hasn't God made foolish the wisdom of this world? If you look at the history of epistemology, you shouldn't be intimidated by philosophers or people who want to rest in a philosophical point of view in arguing against Christianity. What philosophical point of view would they like to pick? They are all easy to criticize and to destroy. Well, does that mean that certainty is not available to us in philosophy? In contrast to what has happened in 20th century pragmatism and linguistic analysis, Christians have an answer to the epistemological question of certainty. We can face up to the standard problems in the theory of knowledge and yet recognize, as Wittgenstein did, the critical function of presuppositions in a person's worldview, and yet fully hold to the objectivity of truth and the need for conflicting systems to reason with each other. How do we do that? Let's go back and learn a lesson from Kant. We do it by asking, what would be the self-attesting, transcendental groundwork for a theory of knowledge? What is it that would not have internal contradictions and problems in it, that would give us an answer to skepticism, provide objectivity, and the preconditions for the use of reason and observation? Dr. Van Til has taught us that it's the Christian worldview that does that. That if you'll approach your philosophy of life, back up another bump here on the outline, back up here, if you go back to the development of the worldview as the primary philosophical quest, if you'll begin by using the Christian worldview, then you can have an epistemology that doesn't fall to the defects and the problems of all these other ones that we've been looking at. You can answer the skeptic. There's a way of knowing for sure. You can give a foundation for causality and for logic and provide the objectivity of truth. According to Van Til, it's in God's Word that we find the indubitable and infallible truths which have been sought throughout the history of epistemological theorizing. If the history of epistemology is seeking for infallible truths, the Christian says we've had them all along. Here they are. Begin with these truths, and you can make sense out of life. Begin with these truths, you can have an objective theory of knowledge. You can know what you know. Throw away these infallible truths and refuse to reason in terms of them, and you're reduced to foolishness. Modern epistemology points to the continued necessity for philosophers to find all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge in Christ. Colossians 2:3. Apart from Christ and his self-attesting word, man can produce nothing but the vain opposition of knowledge falsely so-called. Is this beginning to have an echo? Beginning to sound like yesterday? Well, it should. Because what I taught you yesterday, I hope I've now, from the philosophical standpoint, in to show you it's only Christianity that can answer man's problems. We have to conclude, as Proverbs does, that the quest for certainty is successful only if men will start by fearing the Lord. I'd like to quote for you a statement by Harry Frankfurt from the Encyclopedia of Philosophy in the article that he wrote on doubt. On doubt. Is there anything that's indubitable, something that cannot be doubted? And after he does all of his philosophical investigation and analysis, Frankfurt writes, and I quote, "The claim that a basis for doubt is inconceivable is justified whenever a denial of the claim would violate the conditions or presuppositions of rational inquiry." And that's one of the best quotations I've ever culled out of the philosophers. Let me read it to you again. Maybe you want to write it down. The claim that a basis for doubt is inconceivable. When someone says, there's just no way you could doubt this, the claim that a basis for doubt is inconceivable is justified whenever a denial of that claim would violate the conditions or presuppositions of rational inquiry. One more time. A claim that a basis for doubt is inconceivable. Somebody says, it's inconceivable that you could doubt this. He said, that's justified, that claim is justified when the denial of it would violate the conditions or presuppositions of rational inquiry. How do we gain certainty? Then we need to ask, what are the preconditions of rational inquiry? If we learn what the preconditions of rational inquiry are, then we will find what is indubitable. Very much like Kant, right? The way to get beyond the skepticism of Hume is to ask, what are the preconditions for intelligibility? What are the preconditions for the intelligibility of science or the use of man's mind? And so the history of epistemology has hinted to us in